Constitution, regardless of the insinuations he's made to the contrary. He knows he's got really he's just got another 3 years to accomplish all that he wants to accomplish. And he's working quickly, but time's running out. So he's making the most of every meeting, if you will. He knows that he wants to make some big deals. We've been talking about him wanting to be sort of the king deal maker. And this is what's happening right now. He needs to go back. In fact, the White House already made a press release of all the deals that were struck in Saudi Arabia. Expect one to come out following the visit in Qatar and also in the United Arab Emirates. The White House wants to overwhelm the U.S. press with a success list so that they can say, look at all these wins, and flood the U.S. media with positive headlines.
Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera's White House correspondent, currently in Doha, traveling with the U.S. president. Kimberly, thank you very much. We'll talk again. Let's bring in Salman Al-Ansari, a writer and political commentator. Sir, you're joining us live from Riyadh. It's a pleasure to have you on the program. So we can now look back at the first leg of this trip, which was the Saudi leg, right, for Donald Trump. 24 hours in Saudi Arabia, maybe a little more. Now he's in Doha. What were the highlights for you of his state visit to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's indeed a grand Arabia-America moment right now we are witnessing in the Middle East. Yesterday's visit is by all measures historic and marking the dawn of a new dynamic era in Saudi-U.S. relations and Arabian-U.S. relations as well. And it not represents only a continuation, but also like taking the Saudi-U.S. relations to a completely new level. And we should not look at it only from the economic aspect behind it, but also one of the major things that I'm really proud of saying is the fact that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia managed to decrease the influence of the Israeli government on Washington. Because we've all known that Washington, D.C. has always been, let's put it bluntly, hijacked by Tel Aviv. And this, I don't think it's going to continue with the same momentum, because right now the U.S. sees the value of the Arabian Peninsula, sees the value of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its partners, and see the value of reason, because at the end of the day, we all know that Israel has been the major influencer of the United States decisions in the Middle East. And how did it turn out? It turned out with a big disaster, not only for the region, but also for American interest. The region has been literally in going into the abyss if the U.S. continues to have this blind check for Netanyahu and his likes. So that in itself is very fundamental, and we can see how this coldness of relations between Trump and Netanyahu is a catalyst of the fact that right now the region is leading its peace plans on their own, and Saudi Arabia managed to get new European countries to recognize Palestine. Now we have 147 countries, and just last year, Norway, Ireland, Spain have joined the camp, and France, President Macron has promised to follow suit. So we are seeing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is trying its best to revive the concept of the two-state solution, which Prime Minister Netanyahu tried his best to rebrand the two-state solution to the two-state delusion. But that's not gonna be something that will follow the Israeli desires, because at the end of the day, peace should prevail. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia right now, with its huge leverage on the United States, will lead the peace in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia has positioned itself not only as a regional player, but as a global player, not only on global energy dynamics, but also on peacemaking. It's an anchor of peace. It has brokered relations between two nuclear powers, Russia and the US. and it has been appreciated highly by the whole international community. The same goes with the conflict in Pakistan, between Pakistan and India. Saudi Arabia jointly with the United States highly by the whole international marvelous work on de-escalating the tension. So we are seeing a new era, seriously, in the Middle East. Hopefully this development will take even bigger momentum, so we can see an actual end of the root causes of the problems in the region, which is the Israeli occupation.
Salman, stay with us, please. I do want to acknowledge the footage that we've been watching live for a while now. It's past 1300 GMT. The U.S. President, Donald Trump, is on his 3-country tour of the Gulf region. He left Saudi Arabia earlier this morning, landed in Qatar, was welcomed by the Emir of Qatar, and he is now at the Emiri Diwan, which is the Emir's palace. We're expecting deals to be signed, or agreements to be signed in relatively short order. We go to our diplomatic editor, James Bays. What's the status where you are, James?
Well, I'm in the room where the deals are going to be signed, and we're expecting that signing ceremony. We were told it probably was going to take place a little bit earlier than now, but that just means that the talks that are taking place between the two leaders are going on a little bit longer than planned, and that's often the case. It depends what topics they're discussing and how invested they are in those subjects and how much more they want to talk. This doesn't start until they finish, and the two leaders clearly decide when they've had enough, but there are important people waiting for them. Let me just give you a look at the room right now. This is where the signing will take place, and you can see among those who are waiting here for the signing ceremony are some that will be involved, their remits at least involved. We have the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent waiting in the room. We have Howard Lutnick, who is the Commerce Secretary, and sitting also on one of these chairs here is the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, as I say, waiting for the others to come into the room to fill up the seats, and for the top of the table, where you see the US flag and the Qatari flag, where we'll see President Trump and the Emir of Qatar for the signing of these deals. Now, we don't have a great deal of detail on what is going to be signed. I'm well aware, the same week that you're aware of, Cyril, which is that Qatar Airways are going to order 200 new Boeing planes. Worth telling you that Qatar Airways already have a great deal of Boeing planes on order, and in the past have been a little frustrated that some of those planes are taking longer than they would like. Qatar Airways, along with the other Middle East carriers like Emirates and Etihad, among the fastest growing airlines in the world, because they have newer planes and because of their geographical location, sent away between Asia and Europe, and then the Americas. So a key geographical location, and these three airlines have grown hugely in recent years, and now are among the major carriers in the world. That, of course, one piece of what we're going to see, we think, but there'll be.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble and on YouTube and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So you can see the large screen or the telemetry screen with the market in real time. The market's going to open up in less than 15 minutes. The equity futures for the SP 500 is at 5,918. It's up about 13 points, so we'll see what happens in the open. VIX is at 18.20. The Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Oil is trading at $63.24 a barrel. BITO closed at 22.13 yesterday. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 146.29. Natural gas futures are trading at 3.54. And we have Bitcoin at approximately, Bitcoin's trading at 1039. 61. So below 104. So thank you for joining. Greatly appreciate it. We are simulcasting on X Spaces. There's a lot going on in the news with Trump in the Middle East and with the market movements that are taking place. So we're gonna go back to Al Jazeera to listen to the trip with Trump in Qatar.
Incident during the World Cup. We had 1.5 million people during these couple of weeks. We didn't have one incident. So we are also sharing our experience on how to deal with the World Cup with your security forces. We have people visiting each other. So once again, Mr. President, thank you for this visit and you're welcome here in Cottrell.
Well, I have to say that we've been friends for a long time. Hard to believe, right? Remember that first meeting very well. And we liked each other and we worked with each other. And now we can work in the highest capacity. And we'll bring peace not only here, but I know you're very much involved in helping us in other regions, like what's happening with Russia, Ukraine, etc. And I think we're having some pretty good news coming out of there today and maybe tomorrow and maybe Friday, frankly. But we'll see about that. But I just want to thank you for everything, and maybe in particular our friendship. It's been a very loyal, great, beautiful friendship. And the job you've done is second to none. You look at this, it's so beautiful. As a construction person, I'd say perfect marble. This is what they call perfecto. And just a great job you've done. And what a beautiful place. And we appreciate those camels. I haven't seen camels out there in a long time. And it was so great.
Now that I use Monday Service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation. Monday Service is a ticketing platform that helps us manage.
From Perfecto, the camels, it's all there. Faisal Al-Mudaka is back with us on set, editor-in-chief at Gulf Times. Also now we're joined by Omar Rahman, fellow at Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Omar, thanks for joining us. So we're still watching, by the way, the pictures live from the Emir Diwan, which is the palace of the Emir in downtown Doha. So we're right now, as far as we know, the information we have, Donald Trump and the Emir of Qatar are discussing matters. And so as our diplomatic editor was explaining, this is the part, that is not accessible to the public. They, of course, heads of state, normal in all these visits, they've got to discuss all sorts of things behind closed doors, some of which they're going to share with the public, and we'll find out maybe a little later, some of which they won't. And there might be some leaks, press leaks, or there might not be. Which is why, Faisal, I was asking you earlier, what you think those conversations are like. We can't know, but maybe we can take an educated guess based on the relations of the two leaders and the two countries.
Well, the planes, back to the point, probably.
The purchase of the 200 Boeings, we think is going to happen.
Yeah, I think the number comes because, the U.S. have increased the tariff. And I think Qatar Airways was very smart to jump in and use that gap when other countries have held their orders through bond. It's not easy to get 200 planes.
Oh, okay. I follow you. I wasn't following, but now I follow you. Yeah. Qatar Airways is putting in a big order, while other countries might be a little reticent to do so.
Because of the tariffs and no the tariff. Yeah. So so Qatar Airways is had a very good, I think, gateway and opportunity for that. From hearing His Highness comment on security, with Al Udeid base, there was
the U.S. military base.
Yes. There was a signature a few years ago during His Highness visit to the U.S. for a bigger master plan. And there was an investment there and there is a compound. Part of it is a compound for families, family soldiers. So that's really one big investment. During His Highness visit, also there was an announcement of 45 billion in AI, technology, environmental and sustainability, and also AI. So that's one part.
The region is really looking at future-proofing, it seems,
Yes.
right? Because the AI technologies, Saudi Arabia made a big AI investment. We believe the Emirates will also make an AI investment. You're saying Qatar. The commonality here is that the region is really looking to the future.
It's the oil of the future, right? They call that is the oil of the future. So, part of the states, the Gulf, I'm not talking about Qatar, at least, the money that comes from hydrocarbon get invested on future technology. So that's really to save the money for the future generation. That's one thing. But I think the main thing, to tell you the truth, I believe it's all about the ceasefire and Gaza and how to stop this the war that is really undescribable, crucial, and I think that this is what is really happening in the closed door. This is what I anticipating, right? Because His Highness, as he said in the comment, is all about peace, and this, as I told you previously, this region needs and deserves a good life and a good path for the future. Ideology from both ways will kill every beauty, right? Will not build a future. And you can always listen to right wings media today, the immigration. But today, if superpower does not stop war, of course you're gonna have a flow of immigration. Carpet bombing does not bring a beauty life, right? So there is a UN resolution, there is a two-state resolution, it's all in place, and it's now the responsible of superpower, and I think President Trump is part of his mission to this region, as he had promised. He hates war. And
he said that he wants his legacy to be as peace builder, and it's an open secret that he wouldn't mind getting a
and I think the common ground is economic, building future, and close this what is really happening, because it's unimaginably. My kids goes to school, right, and they mingle with 60 to 70 nationalities, different backgrounds, ethnicities, religion. And now today they see what they see on TVs, right? It's not in history books. How will you tell them, no, the world is peaceful, everybody, so we have to step up and advocate for peace. And this is, I think, what's all Qatar about.
Yeah, that's not dissimilar from the message that was conveyed at the United Nations yesterday. Omar, I'm just going to beg for your patience a little bit more. I want to go back to Salman al-Ansari, who's in Riyadh. Salman, you of course have been watching keenly the first leg of Donald Trump's Gulf tour. He was in Saudi Arabia. The Saudis said, as Donald Trump came, they signaled they wanted a defense and security, if not pact, at least agreement or guarantees from the United States. Now, what transpired was a very important military purchase, right? $142 billion worth of purchase from the Saudis for American military hardware, support, and other defense-related matters. Did the Saudis get what they wanted from the U.S.?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. And I may not be the best to answer it, but I can tell you through my understanding of how the Saudi government views security. I think the overall Gulf security has always been, for like a couple of decades, has been integrated with American equipment, etc. So definitely any new purchase, which is actually considered to be the biggest purchase in U.S. history, which is $142 billion, as you have mentioned. And in the first visit in 2017, it was actually $100 billion. So this is considered to be a way through which Saudi Arabia is positioning itself to tell the people, to tell other countries, and including the United States, that Saudi Arabia can carry its weight and it's not going to be a free rider, and it's not going to be only taking without giving. So I think the Saudi-US security pact, as you called it, should not be just something on paper. It should be work on development with regards to Saudi defense capabilities and enhancing it through their partnership with the United States. And let's not forget that throughout or during the last visit, like if we think about the 2017 visit, like we now passed 7 or 8 years, Saudi Arabia by then was a highly dependent on oil. We didn't have Vision 2030 national plans and objectives to be met because it just barely started. Right now, we are seeing Saudi Arabia to go from 92% dependency on oil to 48%. So Saudi Arabia is giving and enacting massive administrative, financial, and social and economic reforms that position Saudi Arabia to be a global development model that would go along with the fact that Saudi Arabia is very keen and credible in terms of wanting to have a peaceful resolution in the region. That's why I call the Saudi new doctrine.
All right, so the market has opened up, and we are trading at 5,899 for the S&P 500. VIX is trading at 18.21. Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Oil is at $63.39 a barrel. BITO is 21.99. The USD Japanese yen is at 145.97. And natural gas is trading at 3.5. Gush is trading at 22.97. And DRIP is trading at 10. So the overall, we're positive. VIX index is in a good range below 20. Oil seems to be creeping up a little bit, and the Japanese yen is above the 145 mark, which is all positive. So right now we're seeing positive news in the market. So while we're waiting for Trump to start speaking in Qatar, let's go to Bloomberg.
Too good to be true to an amateur like me. Is that a legit yield, or are they goosing it?
No, well, there's some leverage in some of the publicly traded vehicles, but it is a legit yield, and it is something to look at. And it's a huge part of it. It's probably the fastest growing part of the private credit thing, both public and private, for individual investors and for wealthy families. And so it's one of those things that's there. And it does suggest that, if you could do that and you could basically double your money in 7 years, why would you not do that, right, rather than own equities? And that, I think, is the real challenge. So, yes, it's real. Those funds typically have, 45 to 60% exposure, right, to a given transaction. And with the lengthening of time of leaving transactions, it really does suggest that private credit deserves a bigger place in portfolios than it's getting.
How about this world is so much different today than it was January 1st. How does your view change the risk, opportunities, asset allocation? How's kind of your view change?
Yeah, so I think that our view is really about diversification and this idea of where you can find it. So we talked a little bit about China. We've already talked a little bit about private credit. I think we have to talk about digital assets. I think they belong in portfolios now, a little bit of Bitcoin and a little bit of some of the assets that we're going to hear more about, one of which Bloomberg wrote about yesterday called hyperliquid, which is the idea that there are going to be new technologies, new exchanges that are taking place in the digital world, and you can invest in those. And the reason I mention this is that these different investments are going to give you good equity-like rates of return, potentially higher, but they also don't behave like traditional U.S. equities. And I think that's what we need to add more to the portfolio.
What is the underlying? What do you call it, a hyperliquid?
Hyperliquid is the name of
what is the
exchange.
Underlying of a hyperliquid? What is the quarterly cash flow? Or you know where I am on this, David. What's the underlying?
I am on, Tom. And what's really incredible is that when you go online, you can actually see the actual revenue production of these digital assets every single day. Actually, how much revenue they generate. Now, it's interesting that meme coins and NFTs and stuff don't generate revenue, but there are a handful of companies that are online that literally generate revenue every day, and you can see it. And this is a company that if it were to be Robinhood or would it be Coinbase, the company would probably be worth 4 times what its market cap is in the digital world.
Just for example, would a city wealth investor seriously ask you about this stuff and say, I want exposure?
I have to say that 6 years ago, I was a wild skeptic about the digital world and about cryptocurrencies in general. And I don't like even calling them that. But there are a handful of companies that are online today that I think are going to be game changing. They're literally going to be the next generation of banks, the next generation of lending. And so I think that we're ignorant if we don't think we should give our clients exposure to that.
Congratulations on this new effort.
Thank you very much.
The CIO at Capital, David Balin, is the launch today for family offices with a real focus on cash management, which I would suggest we all need. Our focus is on an equity market that has a bid off future opening. I mean, we're up 0.6% on the NASDAQ.
I mean,
Paul, you told me to get on board and I didn't.
well, I mean, there's still room to go. We're still below kind of the high we saw earlier in the year, but boy, we've traced just on a year-to-date basis, not back to being just slightly up here. So how about that?
And the split here, we don't have time to talk to Mr. Balin about this, but the split between retail and in it, and institutional being way too smart for their own good. I think I can say I've never seen the state of Balin's nodding over there. Yeah, you're right. The Dow up 90 points. What else is there to say? From New York City on YouTube, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast. Good morning.
All right, so to give an update on the market here, we are at 5,902 for the S&P 500 and VIX at 18.16. So let's talk about support levels with the S&P 500 right now. So the support levels are 5,750 and 5,500. Now we are trading right at that 5,900 level, and that is not a very strong barrier. All right. I suspect that the next resistance point should be at around 6,000. All right. That's below the all-time high. So we're going to creep up above that 5,900. All right. It may go down, but the thing here is that we're going to kind of creep up, maybe go below 5,900 and then creep back up. All right. But 5,900 is not going to be, it's not a structural resistance level. 6,000 is. All right. So that's going to be a major resistance point. I suspect that from the Dow Jones news that's popping up with many companies getting an upgrade for price target from the analysts, not all companies, but many companies are now. I suspect that we are going to see an all-time high for the S&P 500 in July, maybe even earlier. So resistance at 6,000. We could be doing a trading range anywhere from 5,950 to 750. 5,750, somewhere in there. All right. So 5,950 to 5,750. We could be in this trading range based on what's going on with the news. I suspect that there'll be some positive things that are coming out of GETTR, especially with Boeing. So stay tuned on that. Looks like GETTR is going to buy a lot of Boeing planes. And we have major support level at 5,750. All right, so to just keep that in mind. All right, oil is trading at 63.32, and major support level with oil at 54. That 54 is the 61% retracement from the high post-COVID and the low during COVID. Now, resistance, $65 a barrel for WTI, and another resistance point at 68.50. All right. But if you look at the pre-COVID trading range, that's anywhere from, around 51 to about, 60, 65, right? At the peaks. But if you kind of average it out and you throw away the 3 sigma part of the distribution, you're looking at a trading range that's around like 52 to about 60, 63. All right. Now we're above that in the trading range, but there's a resistance of 65. The next resistance point is 65. But you'll notice that, oil right now is having a problem at around the 64 range, right? So it's at that's near that 2 sigma movement pre-COVID, right? So just keep that in mind that we may see it. I think a trading range at about 50, 50. I wouldn't be surprised that we see a decent trading range at about 59 to about 63, 58 to 63, somewhere in there. And BITO, that's the ETF for Bitcoin long. We're trading at 22.01. Okay. Bitcoin was trading pre-open at 103, and right now it's trading at 104. So we have a support level at 2148. Okay, so we're above that. We're above the support level, but there's a decent support level at 2148. Another support level at 20, just in case Bitcoin starts to fall again and go into the low 90s. We have a support level at about 20 and a resistance level at 22.50 for BITO. So you'll notice that, it's having problems above the 22, and it will most likely come back down once it hits 22.5. So that's a little bit of an update of the market. And let's pivot back to Al Jazeera while we're waiting. No, let's go back to Bloomberg here while we're waiting for Trump to start talking.
The lift here this morning better than the futures of an hour ago. Dow up 75 points. Everybody waiting on the sidelines for IPOs and other transactions has got to be, let's go.
Exactly. That would be the phone call I'd be making. Let's go. Yes,
let's
we're
go,
still
like
6-7 points
vengeance.
below the high, but let's not get greedy here.
Yeah.
Good tape. Let's hit it.
Right, we'll have to see on that. It's a really interesting tape here in the first 11 minutes of trading. Gold goes down to new lows off $60, 31.90 on gold. We'll leave that for this conversation we're having now on yield. And yield lifts importantly here up 2 basis points, 4.48%. I'm on the 5% watch of the 30-year bond, distant, but nevertheless 4.93%. Brian Ellis lives this. He's at Morgan Stanley, of course, with all the association with Eaton Vance of Boston. Good morning, 92.9 FM. Brian Ellis with us here on fixed income. Ken Rogoff was in from Harvard with my book of the summer, and basically he's saying, get used to this new yield regime. Is that how you feel? Like there's a permanence to this yield space we're in?
Thanks a lot, Tom. Nice to be here. I think, really where on the curve is where it actually matters, right? The actual front end of the curve to the belly of the curve, we think is still tied to monetary policy. And if we see more of a growth shock this year, which we think could happen, we should see lower growth. Those yields should be, we think, relatively pinned down and could give you quite, much better total return and act as that more traditional, basically more hedge into your risk assets. The long end of the curve is where we're a bit concerned. I think that's where some of those long-term deficits come into play, and which means a lot more supply in the U.S. So, we've been more positioned. We said this year it really matters where on the curve you are, and also where you're getting your credit spread. So we are, very overweight 2 and 5 year part of the curve into the valley, and we are very underweight in the long end of the curve just because of those issues.
How much credit risk are you taking out there? I'm looking at the U.S. leverage loan index of 1.38% this year. The high yields up 2.54%. So high yield has paid off for people this year.
Right, Brightron, a lot of volatility within that. We came into the year at very tight credit spreads, so we were in portfolios, almost underweight credit risk. We had a very strong view of the economy. There's a lot of very strong tailwinds, but that kind of policy uncertainty that we saw play out, and that did play out, that will probably continue to play out, very quickly moved spreads wider in the month of April. So that was an opportunity to be less underweight and actually cover some shorts, and be more invested, in credit broadly. I think today we've seen a very quick retracement, across most markets. So you should be more invested than you were at the start of the year before some of this trade policy uncertainty, but probably be more patient because the volatility that we've seen is probably here to stay.
Brian Ellis with us with Morgan Stanley, and he advanced the Dow up 74 points. It's a nicer take than what we saw in futures. Brazil year to date up 15%. The DAX, the roulette wheel of Europe, up 18%.
Yep.
I got some green on the screen for America. S&P 500 giving a positive return year to date.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Brian, are there sectors within credit that you guys like here? I mean, because it's tough to make an economic call here. There's so much uncertainty. You just got through earnings. Are there certain sectors that scream off for you guys?
I think in general, higher quality still makes sense for us.
Okay.
You can still build a portfolio at the kind of mid-5s, low 6% yield without taking too much below investment grade. Again, there will be a lot of tactical opportunities when you see more volatility in the market to actually take advantage of that. But within investment grade, I think U.S. financials, very, very strong positions. Less tariff impacted. That's been a long-term trade for us. And also within the securitized credit market, including agency MBS. That is one area that I'm probably less focused on. That is a good diversifier relative to corporates.
I'm going to sneak in one more question. We've got breaking news. You got Michael Barnes. So sorry, we're going to get you back again, Brian. I'd say a remote up in Boston. We can do a remote from Durgan Park.
Boston in the summertime's spectacular.
Yeah, Brian, I've got to ask, do you have a tip point in your head of price down, 10-year yield up, where things unravel? Is it like 4.75%? Is it a round number like a 5%, where there's real stresses if we see it measured by full faith and credit?
Well, certainly any big move higher here into this level, we would consider to be probably an overshoot at this point, and that would be a good buying opportunity. The very long end of the curve is a bit more tricky to call, but that will slow the economy down because we will see structurally lower growth this year. So that would, we think, if it were to happen.
Before we pivot over to Trump's speech in Qatar, please help support my work by going to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you can donate. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my homepage, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the donations and the paid membership that allow me to do these videos for free. I don't put anything behind a paywall. All this news that I do, the information I provide about the markets and about how to improve your health is for free. So please help support my work by donating and being a paid member to Patreon. You can also purchase the products that I have. I have lots of different products on my store, so take a look at that. And make sure you subscribe to the different channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please help support by making sure you subscribe and get the notifications. Really important. I do live streams on Rumble, on YouTube, and also on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can watch those live streams under Broadcast Live. You can also listen to the audio versions on Broadcast Radio. So you can listen to me, live or whenever you have time. So please make sure you subscribe to those channels and ask your social media to follow me. You can share the links so I can reach a larger audience to help to inform the public on how to navigate through these tumultuous times, especially in the financial markets, and how to navigate and improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I greatly appreciate your help and sharing the links and subscribing. We are also simulcasting on X Spaces. If you would like to ask a question, just ask for the mic and you can tell me your opinion about what's going on in the news, or a question that's related to what we're covering, or type it in to the chat box.
Thanks so much. It's a yield show now. You got red, green on the screen and share to the market. Well, let's look at the yield space right now. I'm looking at 30-year bond, which you're too young to remember. Was the benchmark bond.
The long bond.
I was against it when I went to the 10-year, but the long bond, as you say, in France, the long bond's 50 years.
I don't know. That used to be one of the top jobs on the street, is to trade the long bond. I mean, you start trading money markets, and then you go, to the 3-year to 5-year trade, that kind of stuff. And then the best would be trading the long bond. And that's where you can build a career.
Bigger delta.
And we have 30 or 40 people trading the long bond.
I'd say good morning to some names from the past. George Vanderhyde. And the guy named Vinnick, who ended up running the hockey team in Tampa. Good morning there on the 20-year piece or so. Look, I'm sorry, I'm on a 5% watch, 4.93%, up 3 basis points on the long bond.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see that. And the 10-year Treasury, which seems to be more in vogue over the last 20 years, 4.48% here, just up 1 basis point here. But, it's got the 2-year at 4%, that gets your attention.
So you're telling me a zero coupon 21-year piece is probably more volatile than Apple? Videos?
Yeah.
Probably. I have no idea what you're talking about. Good morning.
Let's go back to Al Jazeera here.
By one another. Fraction which worked for 1.5 years with all capacity in order to ensure the response to the huge needs result from the Israeli attacks and the blockade imposed on the Palestinians. The problem is not in the system, the problem of the Israel itself. And this military plan to distribute aid, it's clear, and it was clearly announced by the Israelis, is to push the Palestinians for forced displacement from Gaza North to Rafah, and to establish what have been called these bubbles, humanitarian bubbles, which will be paid, and the distribution will be based in not in humanitarian principles, in security measures. So the people will be vetted. So big category of the communities will be deprived from receiving aid, which is a grave violation to all the principles that we are working. The fourth, which is to sustain the humanitarian crisis and to deepen it, which means that this will be dependent on control of everything, mainly the aid and food, that to push people for displacement, and in the second, that they will control the calories that we will receive. So starvation will continue, and this will add more pains and suffocation to the people in Gaza Strip. We called on these member states not to deal with this, not to fund it. It will be kind of part of the Israeli plan in order to destroy more and more Gaza, and to push Gazans to leave Gaza.
Amjad Shawa, Director of the Palestinian Non-Governmental Organizations Network. Thank you very much for your time today, and thanks for joining us on the Al Jazeera News Hour. I'll go back to our guests in the studio. We continue to watch what is happening right now at the Emir Diwan, which is the Emir's offices in Doha. So Donald Trump and the Emir of Qatar have been, we believe, in conversation for over an hour now. We saw a few possibly familiar faces walk in the room. I think
for the ones that are watching the live stream on Rumble, listening on X Spaces, and listening to YouTube or watching YouTube, thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. The big news that's taking place right now behind the scenes is that there's going to be it's supposed to be a major announcement of Qatar buying 200 Boeing planes. All right, so that's going to be a major order, a booking for Boeing. Boeing obviously is having financial problems. So this order is going to really help Boeing a lot. And what is interesting is Qatar is giving or wants to give this jumbo jet to the Defense Department, and many people within the mainstream media and even in politics wants Trump to decline it. So I find it fascinating that they're willing to buy 200 planes from Boeing and give Trump through this visit, a new plane for Air Force One. We are waiting for Trump to talk in the ballroom. There seems to be some sort of negotiations that are taking place behind the scenes that are running longer than what was expected. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We'll see. Equity market right now is a little bit down. It opened up in the positive, but right now it's in the negative, just slightly. And there's a little bit of a spike in the VIX index. Oil is climbing a little bit. It's trading at about $63.54 a barrel.
Again, back to Qatar. Qatar have decided, and faced all this, in terms of propaganda. It was even done during the Syrian time when Qatar have supported Syria a long way. And, it was called many names and was positioned in a different, but, we stood and we have a say, we always say that politics is not always pragmatic. Politics also has its ethics, and we stand with our ethics. And this, and our leaders, in terms of His Highness or even Prince Mohammed commenting on what he said, they listen to their people. Before the 7th of October, there was a poll, I have that, I'll share it with you, that 50 people are pro-peace, and they think that peace can be done by Israel and Netanyahu. And after 7th of October and what they have saw, and everybody, the whole narrative and the whole mood of the people of the Arab world, that 95% are against this peace. So if there will be no end of this war, there is no meaning of any signature of peace. That there is no two-solution state, or there is.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here. Let's go back to Bloomberg while we're waiting on Trump.
Interest rate the index of choice. So when you look at things like futures on SOFR futures, they broadly replaced what we had in terms of LIBOR futures and interest rate swaps. The swap market hasn't come all the way back. It's not quite as liquid as it was, but that's not only because there's no LIBOR, it's also because of other changes in the market, like central clearing and some other structural forces that have kind of moved people over to the listed market, like futures, instead of using over-the-counter swaps.
So, Ira, if members of Congress ask you about the liquidity of the U.S. Treasury market, what are you going to tell them?
Well, it's still the single most liquid bond market in the world. I think that there's little question about that. But you're going to have these bouts of volatility. And the way that I talked about this when I was back at Credit Suisse 12 years ago. I wrote that there's this illusion of liquidity that appears in the Treasury market, where it's super liquid, but then you can have these sudden bouts of volatility that cause bid offers to widen. People pull their offers, so they don't want to buy Treasuries because they're worried about taking on too much risk too quickly. So that illusion of liquidity is created because you have a lot of liquidity and then suddenly none. And there's not much you can really do about that. But I do have an idea or two that you'll have to listen to the testimony tomorrow to kind of get an idea what that might be.
Can I throw you an audible, Ira? Ken Rogoff says we're modeling out 5.5–6% 10-year yield. What happens to our world if we get a 5.5% full faith and credit 10-year?
Well, I think that depends on the situation of how you get there. Like if we get there because we're issuing so much debt that there's not enough demand globally for treasuries, then obviously that's a bad sign, right? Where demand is slipping. And we could be getting toward that point actually, where there's so much debt outstanding that that people get full on it. But I think there's more of a substitution effect, right? Where it makes it more difficult to issue things like corporate debt and mortgage bonds-backed securities in order for people to buy treasury securities. 5.5% in a world though where you have 3% inflation and 3% real growth, that would be fine, right? Just because that's where treasuries kind of should be in that environment.
Seriously, congratulations for all of us at Bloomberg testifying to Congress. Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, Global Rates, Bloomberg Intelligence, with Daryl Duffy, who's truly a giant. In Qatar right now, the President of the United States, along with the Emir of Qatar,
okay, here we go.
Family,
we're moving in.
Walking in for a signing right now.
All right, you see the U.S. President Donald Trump and the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, walking in. Let's listen in.
He doesn't look as happy as he was when he was in Saudi Arabia. Trump doesn't look as happy.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حضرة صاحب السمو.
Your Royal Highness. Your Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Your Excellency President Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, representative of the media.
Distinguished guests and members of the media. سنشهد الآن التوقيع على اتفاقية في مجال الطيران بين دولة قطر والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Now we will see the signing of the agreement of buying aircraft from Boeing. His Excellency Badr bin Abdul Amir will sign from the Qatari side, and Kerry Oakback will be signing on behalf of Boeing.
And the United States of America. Boeing purchase agreement signed on behalf of the state of Qatar by His Excellency Badr Mohammed Al Mir, CEO of Qatar Airways Company, and behalf of the United States, Kelly Ortberg, President and CEO of the Boeing Company.
So it's more like you're more.
I don't know.
We will now witness the signing of a number of agreements in the field of defense between the state of Qatar and the United States of America, signed on behalf of the state of Qatar by His Excellency Sheikh Saud bin Abdurrahman bin Hassan Al Thani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of State for Defense Affairs, and on behalf of the United States of America by the Honorable Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense of the United States of America. Firstly, a statement of intent on defense cooperation between the state of Qatar and the United States of America.
Trump's style is very similar to the legal arrangements in building.
Secondly, a letter of offer and acceptance for MQ-9D aircrafts.
Lots of letters of intent, engagement letters.
And a letter of offer and acceptance, FS lids. Thank you. It's my honor to announce the signing of a joint declaration of cooperation between the State of Qatar and the United States of America. Signed on behalf of the State of Qatar by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, and the Honorable Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America.
Also in banking, a lot of these kinds of arrangements happen in banking with letters of intent or engagement letters. It's a different style of geopolitics, negotiations. Oil is trading at 63.47.
The signing ceremony has now come to an end, and now a joint statement from His Highness the Emir and the President.
Thank you very much. We had a couple of hours of great meeting with the President, and we discussed many issues, our a great bilateral relationship, and also the situation in the region. Of course, I think after signing these documents, we are going to another level of relationship between Qatar and the United States. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, again for this historic visit. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And this has been a very interesting couple of hours. We discussed the world. We discussed Russia and Ukraine, where you've been a tremendous help in so many different ways. We certainly discussed Iran, where it's been really an interesting situation. I have a feeling it's going to work out. I think it's going to work. It's got to work out one way or the other. We know it's going to work out. But you were of great help. And other things, but in particular trade. The trade is Kelly's telling me from Boeing, it's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good. And that's 140, was that a 140 or 160? Well, yeah, but you're right, it's actually 200, including the 40, so it's over $200 billion. But 160 in terms of the jets, that's fantastic. So that's a record, Kelly, and congratulations to Boeing. Get those planes out there, get them out there. But I just want to thank you. We've been friends for a long time, long before politics. Well, for you it was politics, for me it wasn't, right? But we've been friends for a long time, and this is an outstanding man. He's a great man, and we're going to help each other. The United States is in a very strong position militarily. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. You're buying a lot of that equipment, actually, and I think we're going to see some of it in action tomorrow at the, we won't call it an air fair, but it's going to be sort of an air fair. We're going to be showing a display that's going to be incredible. They have the latest and the greatest of our planes and just about everything else. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun and very interesting. But I just want to thank you for the friendship, for the long-time friendship. And again, long before any of this stuff, we just liked each other. It's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But we always had a very special relationship. And we came from Saudi Arabia, where we have another great man over there that's a friend of yours. And you two guys get along so well and like each other. You sort of remind me a little bit of each other, if you want to know. They're both tall, handsome guys that happen to be very smart. But he's also a very special guy, and it's good to see all the relationships forming in the Middle East, because the Middle East is really being talked about all over the world, and we're having a lot to do with it. We're helping a lot, but they're doing a tremendous job. So I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. I want to thank the media. The media has been very fair, actually, and It's a great honor to be with you. This is, you take a look at this room. This room is the real deal. That's called white marble. It's very hard to buy. Believe me, I know very well, because you try to buy it, you can't buy it. And you just take a look at what you have here. It's been incredible what you've been able to build as a nation. And we're with you all the way. You know that.
Thank you. The ceremony has now come to an end.
We've just been listening to the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, who is hosting, of course, at the moment, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who is on his 3-country tour of the Gulf region. So let's talk about this with our guests. Faisal Amadaka, Editor-in-Chief of Gulf Times. Omar Arman, Fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. So they spent quite a long time behind closed doors. We weren't sure. We were hypothesizing how that conversation might have been going, what subjects they might be touching on. This is what they said publicly.
All right, I'm going to pivot over to Bloomberg to see what they're talking about with Boeing's order.
David, tell me, what are you looking at?
Let's start guys with retailers. American Eagle Outfitters. The stock is down by.
Yeah. Let's go back to Al Jazeera here.
And other things, in particular trade. That's it. That's what we know about these conversations so far. Notably absent from that list is Gaza.
No news is good news. I think no news is good news. I think now the program that has been announced, that the president will take, will have a rest, and then will be a state banquet. And there is a program tomorrow. So let's wait. I think maybe the matter is with the foreign ministry and the mediation team. This is my feeling, and I think there's negotiations going back and forth. This is a joint brief statement. Normally,
I think there was a lot of talk about Gaza, and I think there was a lot of talk about Iran. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. I give you actually some information about the markets and where the entry points should be, the resistance levels, the support levels for these different assets that we cover throughout the transmission. Please go to my store, help support the work. I do all these videos for free. I have thousands of videos out there for free. Get the structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in peppermint, in lavender. You can also get it in lemongrass or in charcoal tea tree. Get a couple bars for your household, a few bars for your household. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Help support the work and help support your health and wellness. So please go to my store and get the structural nano silver soaps. Now, another great product that I have to start that foundation for health is a probiotic. All right, I have 2 types. I have a powdered version, which is the one that I normally take, and the veggie cap version. I take the powdered version because I take a lot of different powders for my lunch. So please go to my store, get the probiotics that I have. Both are very high quality. Take it every day. It's going to be a good foundation. It's going to bring down inflammation. It's going to help with your immune system in your gut. It's going to help you absorb nutrients. And it's going to help the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to have less brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate better. Your skin will improve, and your metabolism will improve. So it's really important to take a probiotic every day as a foundation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work that I do, and build these stacks that I tell you to. You can customize them for your whatever you want to target for your health, or you can do everything that I do to really supercharge it. But throughout this transmission, I will tell you exactly how to stack these to improve your health, all right? And boost up that immune system, something that I do every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's get the analysis from Al Jazeera here for a second.
decision that Trump can make on his own. When it comes to Iran, even, this is something that Trump is going to decide along with his counterpart, the Iranians. When it comes to Gaza, you have the Israelis there as well. And so while I think on the issue of a ceasefire, Trump can put pressure on the Israelis, he can decide to do that. On those larger issues, you still have the Israelis there, making decisions. And so, I think this is going to be a little bit more difficult to work out. My hope is that over the duration of these conversations, they can bring Trump closer to their position.
Faisal, multiple signings. The two notable ones, one, the purchase of the planes, 160 aircraft bought by Qatar Airways from Boeing. This was touted by both the Qatari side and the U.S. side, and also a defense agreement. Now, this is significant. We said earlier that Qatar is host to the largest U.S. military base in the region, and they just signed a defense agreement. We don't know the details of that agreement yet, but it does look to be significant.
The follow-up of His Highness' visit to the U.S., there was a sign of expanding and a master plan. So seeing, I think President Trump have mentioned tomorrow they're going to see an air show or something. So probably there will be like a visit too. But my understanding that there was like an expansion that has been announced.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story with a professional website.
The Emir said, we're moving on to another level of relations.
Yeah. I really don't know the detail of that, but what I know that, for example, Qatar is the only country from the Arab country that has a waiver from visa, for example, of entering the U.S. So that's and we already have the status of an ally beyond the NATO. I don't know what is the right terminology, but this gives you only few countries has it, right? Like Japan, Germany, and a couple of countries. So it's a level, whatever level of friendship or level of political level of friendship. I really, but I'm anticipating maybe, access of certain things like maybe AI, right? Artificial intelligence. You have to have a certain level to have access to certain technology.
Yeah, these are two countries that were already going into this trip.
Yeah, it's interesting because we're going to pivot over to Bloomberg because they're talking about NVIDIA and AI.
OpenAI has shipped in the past 5 months. They've really had a very swift kind of product launches, and that has helped maintain that enthusiasm around what these models can do and the capabilities that they bring. So from a technology perspective, I think the AI trend has played out pretty strong, and that outlook continues to be good for the remainder of the year.
Here's a headline for you. China suspends exports control over 28 U.S. entities. So China suspending exports control over 28 U.S. entities. So this comes as we continue to see a relative de-escalation of the trade conflict between the U.S. And China. The S&P now pretty much flat on the day. Mandeep, 20 seconds. Most important thing you're looking at.
Well, NVIDIA earnings. Look, we know they report their quarter next week, and that's what you want to know in terms of their outlook, how much all the tariff situation has impacted their outlook and the positive developments now. So really their outlook, and we know they beat and raise, so we want a continuation of that trend.
Always the best, Mandeep. Thank you so much. Mandeep Singh, a Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. Just to reiterate, China suspends export controls for over 28 U.S. entities, and they're lifting an unreliable entity list measure on 17 U.S. firms. We'll have more coming up. We will be going to the Middle East. Anne-Marie Verdun, Chief Political Correspondent and Bloomberg Surveillance Co-Anchor, will be joining us on President Trump's trip.
Okay, let's pivot over to Al Jazeera because Al Jazeera is covering this Middle Eastern trip probably the best.
with the Emir of Qatar and President Trump. But on those two very important diplomatic issues, he is saying that there's a positive direction, and certainly on Gaza said he hoped there would be some positive announcements soon. Now, I have no idea of what soon means, what time frame that means.
James, that is notable because Steve Witkoff, his title is the U.S. Middle East Envoy, but he is at the center of pretty much everything the U.S. is doing in terms of negotiations on the big world crises at the moment, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, whether it's Iran, whether it's the Gaza ceasefire. So it is, thank you for bringing that to us. It is interesting to note that he at least projected optimism there a moment ago with you. James, I'll go in and let you see what more you can find out. We'll speak to you again. I want to bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who is traveling with the U.S. President. Kimberly, on your end, what are you learning after that ceremony that we were just all watching?
Well, what I'm learning is that there's a mission accomplished, to use a phrase from George W. Bush, actually, but for a completely different reason. What Donald Trump is celebrating is that big sale, and that is a big win and victory for the U.S. president. The fact that he has been able to get that purchase order of 210 aircraft, that is the largest order in Boeing's history, and that is going to make headlines in the United States. And that's exactly what Donald Trump was looking for. Also, the GE aircraft engines, $22 billion. That's what this trip is about. It's that exchange of technology, that exchange of dollars, the purchase by Qatar of U.S. From U.S. companies is exactly what Donald Trump wants to bring to create jobs, to inject into the U.S. economy. So this is something that can be celebrated as sort of checking the box for Qatar, if you will. The White House has been putting up press releases for the media, which is exactly what you're seeing behind me. You're getting to see, Cyril, the process of what it's like behind the scenes. We're sort of lining up. The Secret Service is doing a sweep of the media and our belongings before we go to the next event, which is Lusail Palace, where Donald Trump later on is going to be hosted by the Emir of Qatar, and that is the official residence where they're going to be having their state dinner. And so at that palace, the media is going to be allowed.
Interesting. Cantor Fitzgerald reiterates underweight on Airbus, maintains $100 price target in lieu of this news with Boeing.
Yeah, you can hear the warmth in their voice, talking about the relationship, and that's really what this 4-day tour is about, his relationships with each of these members of the royal family and their leaders. And he talked about how he felt like the Emir of Qatar reminded him a lot of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. They're young, they're dynamic. He said tall and handsome, but they're smart and they have ideas. And Donald Trump believes that this is the new Middle East, this is the future, and that these are the ideas that are going to catapult them into the future, whether it's in the area of defense, whether it is in the area of education. This is what is going to propel these economies forward, and in turn is also going to benefit the United States, which of course is the goal of this U.S. president.
Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera's White House correspondent, traveling with the president. We'll let you relocate. We'll let you also work your sources, and you'll come to us as soon as you have anything more, finding out what's being said, not just in public, but also behind closed doors. Kimberly Halkett there, thank you very much. I want to bring in back our panel, Faisal Al-Mudakka, editor-in-chief at Gulf Times, and Omar Rahman, fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Omar, right now, with the announcements that we got, I would argue that the headline is the purchase of the Boeing aircraft, 160 planes for, if I heard Donald Trump correctly, somewhere north of $200 billion.
Yeah, that's the major headline. As you mentioned earlier, they were both brief in terms of their statements on other stuff. So I think we'll hear over the next, maybe few hours and few days.
Okay, I want to pivot over to Fox Business, talking about this fresh start with Syria. But before I do, let's just talk about the first pillar of my core protocol to help with your health, slow down the aging process, and you're going to have longevity. Take the Max 14 or the Max 35 or Cleanse. You take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then swallow. It's going to help to improve your immune system. It's going to improve your oral cavity, help the health of your oral pharynx, which is farther back. And what's going to happen is that mucosal barrier is going to improve, the epithelial lining will improve, and your immune system. And that way, guess what? With a better immune system, you don't get as sick as often. So please go to my store, get the Max 35, the Max 14, or Cleanse. 14 is 14 parts per million, 35 is 35 parts per million, Cleanse is 30 parts per million. They're at different price points, so you can get a very high quality product at a reasonable price, and then you stack it. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is C60, soak up those free radicals. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up that immune system and to help with your cardiovascular health. And the fourth pillar is Boomer Boost. That's going to rev up your energy levels and supercharge your metabolism. So taking that as a core and building off of it is a great way to build a health protocol, right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Max 35 or the 14 or Cleanse. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Use the link that's in the description of this video and all my videos to get to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to pivot back to Bloomberg because this GETTR news with Boeing is pretty big. It's a big order.
For economic relationships and also a venue for the goal to mediate global conflicts.
So planes and chips is sort of what we've seen so far with NVIDIA and then the newly announced Boeing deal with Qatar Airways. What's next? Like, what are the companies, what are the countries can we be looking at here?
So the president tomorrow will be going to Abu Dhabi. Now, Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Hassan was already in the United States a few weeks ago. He actually was at the White House. He had a meeting with the president in the Oval Office, and then shortly after that, they announced an investment of $1.4 trillion into the United States. But of course, it came with an asterisk. And in order for the UAE to invest $1.4 trillion, they need to get their hands on advanced semiconductor chips. And we've already seen a lot of that play out since Sheikh Hassan's visit, which is one, this administration canceled the Biden-era diffusion rule, which really put the world into buckets, and these geopolitical swing states had a cap on how many of those high-tech advanced semiconductors, those chips they can get access to. And you were really seeing the president in Riyadh, and then you're likely going to see it tomorrow in Abu Dhabi, offering up these countries more access to those advanced technologies. And our colleagues are talking about how maybe the UAE is going to be able to get more than 100 million chips from NVIDIA. This would be huge. We should also note that key to all of this is that the United States wants to make sure that if they are giving these countries access to these advanced chips, they want to make sure that the tech does not leak to China. Right. So a lot of the conversations when it comes to these economies really wanting to transform, traditionally, obviously, they've been these huge influencers when it comes to the likes of oil and gas, and they really want to move their economies forward and look to the future when it comes to AI and those investments. The United States wants to make sure that they are controlling the access to that technology, and they do not want it leaking to China.
Henry, lastly here, can you just give us the context in which President Trump says that U.S. is exploring normalizing relations with Syria? What's the context here?
Well, he lifted sanctions on Syria. He said he was going to be lifting sanctions on Syria yesterday, and then this morning he met with al-Shara, the new Syrian leader. I'm getting mixed messages from Washington, D.C. I could tell you in the room in Riyadh, there was an absolute applause, an explosion, and excitement. The president talked about that this morning. He said it was that line that got the biggest applause.
All right, let's pivot over to the actual filming of that meeting. So Let's go to Fox Business.
We are currently exploring normalizing relations with Syria's new government, as you know, beginning with my meeting with President Ahmed al-Shara and Secretary Rubio's meeting with the Syrian foreign minister in Turkey after discussing the situation with Crown Prince Mohammed and President Erdogan of Turkey. I am also ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria to give them a fresh start. It gives them a chance for greatness. The sanctions were really crippling, very powerful. So we will be dropping all of the sanctions on Syria, which I think really is going to be a good thing.
Big news out of the Saudi meeting. Trump speaking this morning at the Gulf Cooperation Council in Riyadh. Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara, reportedly offered to build a Trump Tower in Damascus as U.S.-Syrian relations enter a new era. Here now is Argent LNG CEO Jonathan Bass. Jonathan is in Riyadh right now. Thanks very much for being here this morning, sir. What was the reaction to all of that breaking news from your standpoint, being on the ground there in Riyadh?
I mean, being in the audience was electrifying as everybody heard the words from President Trump. It was incredible that the reverberation, everyone got up, stood up, was clapping. It was the only clapping, the standing ovation that he had throughout his speech was on Syria. And then the streets exploded around Syria. The street just took control and was singing and joyful. You know, you had a country that people couldn't send their mother's money, they couldn't send their father's money, and today they're coming out of the dark and open a new page to the future of being a nation that sits at a table, maybe not the United Nations, but maybe sits at the table of nations with the United States.
And do you trust that new leadership in Syria?
You know, look, everybody has a past that needs to come forward, and he assured me in all of our dialogue, first he wants to take control and ensure the risk of any damage being done to any future synagogues or churches or any religious minorities have an actual seat at the table. He doesn't want to lead from the top, but he wants to lead from the center and center up. So I believe that he wants a changed Syria to take Syria through the future and bring them in out of darkness and lead them to a path of economic stability. And he really believes that the only partner he had to make a deal with was Donald Trump. He believes that a man who shared one common goal with him, which they both had one common tie, which was that they were both shot at. They understood the fragility of life, and they understand how God can take you from the earth in a second.
Wow.
They feel that he felt that he had a pact that he could join with President Trump, and everybody's in there. Maria, don't be fooled. You have the Chinese, you have the Russians, you have the Turks, you have the Iranians, you have everybody in there. You have the Gulf nations that want a part of the pie.
Yeah.
And what he felt is that he wanted to be the third on the list, not of Afghanistan and Iraq. He wanted to be on the third on the list of Japan, Germany. And he only saw that through a partnership with Donald Trump, that he was the only man to make that happen. And I was very happy. You know, I left Damascus not even 2 weeks ago with a mission to try and bring everybody together, at least have his voice heard, to protect Jewish sites, protect the Jewish community that rests, the Christian community, the religious minorities, you know, need a seat at the table. And I believe he will bring that together.
That is incredibly powerful, Jonathan, truly. Meanwhile, the president also announced that the U.S. and Saudis have signed several deals, energy deals between Saudi Aramco and American oil companies. It includes a $3.4 billion agreement to expand a Saudi-owned refinery in Texas. The president also gave details on that massive $600 billion investment committed to the United States by NBS, the Crown Prince. It includes $142 billion in defense contracts, $80 billion in transformation technology, $20 billion in AI and energy infrastructure, and another $14 billion for energy deals. You were at the forum yesterday. Tell us what your reaction is to that and how that money will be allocated in America.
I mean, the buzz was insane. The Crown Prince was there. Prior to them walking in the room, there were signings after signings after signings. I can tell you that as CEO and chairman of Argent LNG, I've been in the region over the last 12 days trying to get our deal done with them. We look to no better partner to partner with than the Saudi government and the Saudi people. Arjun LNG is lifting a 25 million ton LNG facility in Lafourche Parish in South Louisiana. And we're looking forward to being another member of that list that didn't make the cutoff date. So there's a lot of us that are here with a lot of deals, billions of dollars. Our project's about $25 billion right now. So I know that we probably have another $300-400 billion cooking on the works off the heels of the president's visit.
So Jonathan, what about the projects that you are exploring in the United States? I mean, one of the other big policy moves of this president has been deregulation. And clearly the permitting process was incredibly onerous. What have you seen in terms of change there? And what are your expectations with regard to projects in the U.S. regarding LNG?
Look, I think Chris Wright, Secretary Wright, has made strides forward in making this progress move forward on regulation. I think that you have a tremendous amount of work with the EPA on that. Secretary of Transport's helping on pipeline PIMSA and those issues that we have. But yes, to get our foreign investors coming into the United States to deploy capital, we need to address this issue of regulation, because their fear is that they get a project going, we get through the regulation process, we end up in years of arduous litigation, and it slows down, and then policy change.
Right, sure, of course, yeah. Well, that's why we need Congress to codify some of these executive orders. Jonathan, it's great to catch up. Enjoy the rest of your trip there.
Okay, before we pivot to another video here, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. It's the second pillar of my core protocol. It's going to soak up those free radicals. C60 is suspended in a lipid, an oil. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. Take a teaspoon a day on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. It's going to soak up the free radicals that you produce during your workout, and you will recover quicker. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals in your bloodstream. And so what will happen is you're reducing the oxidized LDL. When you reduce oxidized LDL, you're reducing plaque formation. And C60 at the cellular level and at the tissue level is going to bring down stress. So the cells and the tissues will perform better. So your organ systems will perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better, even your neurons and your immune system. Now, C60, by soaking up those free radicals in the cell, is also going to improve the mitochondrial health of your cell. So your ATP is going to go up. So your energy levels are going to go up. And the cell is going to perform better because it has less stress and more energy. If you look at someone that gets older, what happens? They have less energy. You know why? Because the health of the mitochondria is going down. The health of the tissue and at the cellular level is going down. So you want to reverse that. You can by soaking up free radicals. So take C60, teaspoon a day, every day. I've been taking C60 every day since 2016. So what you'll also notice that over time, you'll see other benefits because your endocrine system is going to go more into homeostasis. If you improve your food, if you drink filtered water, you'll also see other benefits that are taking place that are holistic and synergistic with C60. For me, I noticed that my eyesight improved after 2.5 months. Other people will notice that their energy levels are much better, all right? But after taking it every day for a year, you're going to actually notice that your skin is looking better. You just look more vibrant, all right? You're slowing down the aging process, all right? So when you look at someone that's older, some of the key features are less activity, atrophy of the muscles, slowing down of brain function, less connection, less positive neuroplasticity, and bone density starts to go down. Free radicals are building up. The immune system is going down. You want to reverse all that, all right? You want to soak up those free radicals, reduce the stress, improve the health of the mitochondria, boost up those energy levels, build muscle by working out and doing balancing exercises to activate that cerebellum. These are all things that will slow down the aging process. So when you couple C60 with a holistic approach to life, proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, the 4 modalities of exercise, weight training, cardio, balancing and stretching, you do all those, learn new things, mindfulness, bring your body into parasympathetic mode. These are all going to slow down the aging process. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It's cheaper per ounce if you purchase the higher ounce configuration. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. And also, C60 helps with brain function. It's going to reduce the stress in the neuron. It's going to improve the mitochondrial health in the neuron. You need lots of mitochondria because your neurons need lots of ATP. So the better the health of your mitochondria in your neuron, the better your neurons is going to function to produce the neurotransmitters to be able to fire and create that cognition, all right? And when you create a micro environment, learning new things, doing these exercises, getting better blood flow, taking the proper supplementation, drinking filtered water, staying away from processed foods, when you improve your health, you're also improving your neurons. And when you're improving your neurons, you're going to think faster. You're going to have better memory. You're going to be able to have better kinematics. You're going to be able to balance yourself better. When you do this on a regular basis, you're slowing the aging process. So get the C60, improve your neurons, improve your endocrine system, improve your immune system, improve your other organ systems. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is the second pillar of my core protocol. The first pillar is max 35, max 14, or cleanse. The second pillar, C60, soak up those free radicals. The third pillar, ashwagandha, turmeric, and lignans to boost up that immune system and to help with your cardiovascular health. And Boomer Boost to boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. When you do that, you have targeted all the major pressure points that make you age, all right? And so when you're doing that on a regular basis, you get this compound effect and you're slowing down the aging process. You're reducing the methylation of your genes, and you're going to get more youthful gene expression. And therefore, your epigenetics is more of a youthful profile versus an older profile. It's obvious it works because I'm in my 50s, all right? I don't look like I'm in my 50s. You know why? Because my protocol works. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60.
They are protesting the company's new dress code. When I get my coffee, I don't care what they look like, but it requires baristas to wear solid black tops and new rules on bottoms. According to the union, baristas, more strikes are likely to come in the coming days. So my daughter worked there, and I think she almost had a mental breakdown.
I mean, the job is so hard.
It's a difficult job.
That, like, you know, let people be comfortable.
She still, she was able to keep her green, you know.
Oh, that's cool.
I wear it around the house sometimes.
I don't really want to know that, but that's nice. On that visual. Thanks, JT. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also, check us out on YouTube as well. All right, let's get to one of the top stories pretty much for anyone, and that is what's happening between elite universities and the administration, in particular, Harvard. So the latest, last night, Harvard University expanded its lawsuit against the Trump administration for freezing billions of dollars in federal funds, ratcheting up this high stakes battle between the two. And also, you can make an argument that elite universities were some of the losers in the GOP House-led tax bill. Well, joining us now to help break it all down for us is Janet Lauren, a Bloomberg Higher Education Finance reporter. Let's just start with the lawsuit. Where are we with this?
So, as you know, Harvard filed a lawsuit last month. Again, it's so hard to keep track of all these different federal things going on with Harvard, all these different investigations, lawsuits, freezing money, and Harvard amended its lawsuit. And right after they sued, within hours, the government slapped them with a freeze of $2.2 billion. And Harvard wrote a letter back on Monday, and immediately another $450 million were frozen. So what was amended was including other things such as these communications from the federal government, and they were trying to get money unfrozen so research could potentially continue.
Why is the administration seemingly targeting Harvard? Did Donald Trump not get into Harvard as a kid?
Well, Harvard, as you know, is the oldest and richest university in America. Harvard stands for wealth, power, and money and prestige. And if you can get concessions from Harvard, it speaks to what could come next. And Harvard has said they actually agree with some of the things that the Trump administration has proposed. They acknowledge there's anti-Semitism on campus. They acknowledge that it's a problem in classrooms when students do not feel comfortable speaking. They're sort of self-censoring themselves. And Harvard has acknowledged this. They just don't agree with the way that the Trump administration has gone about this.
And then in addition to that, then you have the GOP tax bill that comes out. What did it say about taxing universities' endowments that then obviously hurts Harvard as well?
So right now, after the 2017 tax bill, private colleges with $500,000 of endowment per student had a 1.4% tax on their net investment gains. Now they're creating a tiered system where the richest schools with $2 million or more of endowment per student pay 21%. Yes, and there's several other tiers, 1.25 million to almost 1.999 million per student would be at 14%, and then another tier would be at 7%, and then still 500 to 750 million would remain at the 1.4%. So in the story we have out today looks at Grinnell College in Iowa, a place most people have never heard of, but it's high on my radar screen because a certain guy out of Omaha helped them invest their money decades ago, Warren Buffett, and they have $2.7 billion. And when you look at their population of 1,700 students, they are in that zone, and they're going to pay a lot more.
Is the expectation that this legislation will actually go through? Does it have broad support? Do we know anything about the politics of it?
Well, support from Republicans, yes.
Okay.
It still could change. Last time in 2017, there was a carve out for Berea College, where in Kentucky, where Mitch McConnell helped make that happen, and it put it in the language it must be for schools with at least 500 students. Tuition paying, and Berea is like a work college, so they don't charge tuition. However, there is a idea that if you're 5,000 students or less, you should not pay the bigger tax. And we all know who's from Iowa, Chuck Grassley, and he's been in touch with Grinnell College. So it's all in flux. And I don't know that people want to penalize these small liberal arts colleges that have small numbers of students, but they are quite rich. And again, the price tag is $90,000. Maybe make that a little bit less, and you may find some friends in Congress.
So in terms of the ask for the Trump administration to Harvard, what's the ask? And then the Harvard University president, Alan Garber, as you mentioned earlier, they're not completely unaligned in some ways.
Well, there are changes that the administration would like to see, such as in hiring and admissions, and the Supreme Court decision in 2023 said you cannot use race to make admissions determinations. There's so many investigations going on, I think the administration
All right,
wants.
I want to pivot over to Times Radio. Times Radio did a broadcast about Trump ignoring Netanyahu is a warning sign about U.S. support for Israel. So let's go to that. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula is going to help you get that 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep that you need to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and to be well rested. If you are chronically sleep deprived, you increase your chances of early onset of dementia, you're building up toxins in your central nervous system, and you're not consolidating memory. So you will lose memory by just not sleeping enough, all right? One of the holistic approaches to slowing down the aging process is making sure you have proper sleep. Not too much sleep, but chronic sleep deprivation it will cause you to age faster, all right? Part of the reason is you have this buildup of toxins that your body needs to be in this REM sleep to be able to detoxify. But not just that, if you're not consolidating memory because you're not in the proper wave pattern for deep sleep and REM sleep, then you're not having that positive neuroplasticity. So if you're sleep deprived year after year after year, decade after decade, you are literally Swiss cheesing your brain, all right? In addition, with proper sleep, you're bringing down your cortisol levels. If you're sleep deprived, you have elevated cortisol levels. When you have elevated cortisol levels, cortisol will damage tissues. Chronic elevation of cortisol will damage tissues. That means your organ systems are going to be aging faster. So you don't want that. And also cortisol raises your blood glucose levels. So that causes a further inflammation and vascular problems. So it behooves you to listen to me because I know what I'm talking about. All right? Get the Goodnight Formula. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. And it's going to get you in that deep sleep and 3 cycles of REM sleep. And with proper sleep on a regular basis, you're going to improve your health and you're going to slow down the aging process and help with your neurons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
There are more important priorities for the United States than dealing with Netanyahu. Which is, I think, a bad message to Netanyahu, because Netanyahu thought that he is the friendliest of all people to Trump, and it appears that he is not.
President Trump has a vision for the Middle East, commerce, not chaos. The region, in his view, would stop fighting and instead become rich and stable. Elements of this vision include attempts to reach a deal with Iran, weapons for the Saudis, and inviting the Al-Qaeda-linked leader of Syria into the fold. But where does that leave Israel? Trump is not visiting the country on this trip. We can speak now to the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, who joins us now. Ehud, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Donald Trump in the Middle East, signing deals with Arab countries, making himself feel very at home, not visiting Israel. Should we read anything into that, do you think?
Yeah, you can if you want. Yeah, I mean, the question is, what is the focus of his visit? Seems like his focus is American interests, and the American interest is first and foremost to have a big deal with Saudi Arabia, which is understandable and acceptable. We, I think, have to wait and see what else he will do and how it can impact Israel. I think that basically what he says to Israel indirectly, in a very careful and low-key manner, he says there are more important priorities for the United States than dealing with Netanyahu. Which is, I think, a bad message to Netanyahu, because Netanyahu thought that he is the friendliest of all people to Trump, and it appears that he is not.
Is that a warning to Netanyahu, a sort of warning that he can't rely necessarily on Trump backing him, whatever he does?
It is a warning in a way. It should be interpreted as a warning. If the Trump invites the new leader of Syria and announces that he will remove all the sanctions against Syria, I doubt that it was coordinated with Israel before. And this is something that may have possible consequences to the security of Israel in the north. So if it is done in coordination, it's fine. If it is not done in coordination, it means that America prefers to look at the American interests without necessarily regarding the possible Israeli reaction. And this is a bad message to Israel.
What do you make of him meeting the leader of Syria? Still a proscribed terrorist, linked to Al-Qaeda back in the day, but now a different character by his own estimation. What do you make about Trump meeting him?
I'm in favor of such a meeting if, as a result of this meeting, if as a result of the American negotiating with the new leader will adopt a different position from what has characterized his entire record, his entire career. And he will cooperate with the Western countries and with Israel and will be disposed to perhaps establish a political dialogue with the State of Israel as part of this dialogue with the United States, then this is very positive.
Yeah.
So it remains to be seen. What I'm not certain about is that Trump has taken counsel with Netanyahu before he's doing it, something that may have not happened in the past with other presidents. So it shows that Trump believes that he has enormous leverage on Netanyahu, and whether Netanyahu likes him or not, he will determine what is the course of action, and Netanyahu will have to abide by it.
Well, let's talk about what Netanyahu is doing and how he's conducting the war against Hamas. Israel imposing an aid embargo on Gaza. Many people say that effectively means that's using starvation as a weapon of war. Do you think that's right? Do you accept that Israel's conduct when it comes to aid embargoes is effectively a war crime? It's using starvation in order to advance war aims?
I absolutely believe that it is incumbent upon Israel to provide humanitarian aid and to prevent the situation that has been described, and I watched it on different television shows across Europe in the last couple of days. This is totally unacceptable and unforgivable. We do not fight, and we don't want to put innocent citizens that live in Gaza in this situation. This is not the objective of the Israeli war. We are after the murderers of Hamas. It is absolutely legitimate to kill the Hamas leaders and murderers because of what they are doing and what they did and what they want to do. But it has nothing to do with 2.5 million people living there. And we have to draw a very clear distinction. And anything else is terrible, totally unforgettable and unforgivable and unacceptable.
And do you think Netanyahu has lost that distinction?
He never had it.
So you think he was always willing to kill innocent people in pursuit of his aims?
I don't think he was willing to kill innocent people. He didn't draw the distinction between innocent people and terrorists, and he didn't have the understanding and the sensitivity that just going up front in such a blunt way is going to, first of all, cause the death of many innocent people, but also deteriorate, destroy completely, tarnish completely the status of the State of Israel across the world. We want to consider ourselves to be part of the enlightened international community, and what is going on now certainly changes the perception of Israel regrettably.
Is he a war criminal, in your view?
I don't know. I'm not privy to all the details and to the political and the legal analysis of it. That has to be done by experts. I just know that the option, the appearance of it, is terrible, unacceptable, and should be immediately taken care of.
Israel, he also says he wants to occupy Gaza in perpetuity. Is that a Netanyahu policy the occupation, the full occupation of Gaza, or is it an Israeli policy that will outlive or should outlive Netanyahu?
It's not an Israeli policy. You remember that 20 years ago, the then Prime Minister Sharon and I, as his Vice Prime Minister, we pulled out, disengaged from Gaza. We pulled out, disengaged from Gaza, dismantled all the Israeli settlements in the vicinity of Gaza, and returned back into what was then accepted as the international borderline between Israel and Gaza. So this was the policy. Gaza is not part of Israel. Gaza is part of Palestine. It has to be part of the Palestinian state. It has to be part of a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinians. Netanyahu was then somewhat hesitant. On the first place, he supported the dismantling of the Israeli settlements from Gaza, but then because of political considerations, he changed his attitude, and now his political allies are the extreme right-wing fundamentalist messianic groups of Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, which are in favor of resettling back in Gaza, taking over everything, perhaps deporting the people living there, in line with what President Trump announced a couple of months ago, except that he already forgot what he said, but they seem to stick to it, and this is very dangerous.
It's very dangerous. We're going through your time speaking so frankly this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
That's Ehud Olmert there, the former Israeli Prime Minister, no fan of Netanyahu, making the point that Gaza is never should be part of Israel, and what Israel is doing, in his view, he didn't want to say whether it was a war crime or not, but the killing of innocent people. He said Netanyahu doesn't make a distinction between innocent people and non-innocent people. He's effectively saying that starving innocent people is unacceptable, unforgivable, and will threat and tarnishes the name of Israel on the world stage.
Yeah, I find that really, it was a difficult listen really, because what he is essentially saying is that he never believed that Benjamin Netanyahu would make that distinction. Because there is this discussion, isn't there, about Israel. Israel says it targets the targets it does in Gaza because Hamas uses hospitals and schools as cover, and that you know that yes, there are civilian lives lost, but that is because Hamas shields itself among civilian populations. But if you listen to what Ehud Olmert is saying there, he's saying it would never have mattered anyway to Netanyahu. It would never have mattered if civilians were killed in Gaza, because he's never drawn a distinction about the innocent.
And the idea of the starvation as a weapon of war is by definition indiscriminate, isn't it? So I mean, look, he has political axe to grind against Netanyahu. Ehud Olmert, he's not a supporter of Netanyahu. Netanyahu succeeded him as prime minister. So you have to take the politics in all of this, of course. But that is a figure who's been the most senior job in the Israeli state, concerned, and you could hear in his voice, concerned about how Israel is regarded on the world stage, with Netanyahu as its leader.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen the UN Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief, that is Tom Fletcher, he gave a speech which I think a lot of people have seen and have been quite affected by yesterday about what's happening in Gaza. He said, death on this scale has a smell and a sight that will never leave you, as somebody who's visited. And he called on the UN to prevail. He said, will you act now decisively to prevent genocide in Gaza and ensure respect for international humanitarian law? What more evidence do you need? I think it's an issue that's, we have reported on it many times on this programme, but it is ongoing. And with Donald Trump's visit in the Middle East, I think it is even more on the agenda.
And the fact that maybe he's acting without consulting Netanyahu becomes a very interesting equation in all of that.
Yeah.
Seems like Netanyahu is losing support in the international community. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen will help with your musculature, with your skin, your hair, your nails, your joints, your cartilage, and your bones. You should be taking it every day to improve your health. Now, the typical amino acid profile is shown on the screen here. You can also see it on my website. You can take a look at the label, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. But take the collagen every day. It's a powder. I take this, and you get a big scooper. This is a month's supply. Take a full scooper, mix it with soft foods. That's how I do it. Like hummus or yogurt or applesauce. You can mix it with milk. You can mix it in just filtered water or mix it in a smoothie. Some people put it into coffee. I wouldn't do that, but some people do. But the thing is that take it every day. Do resistance training to help with your bones, your musculature, your joints, and taking it every day, you'll also see an improvement with your skin, your hair, and your nails. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this collagen, very high quality. Help support my work. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work that I do and help improve your health and wellness. If you stack these things the way I tell you to stack them, you're going to improve your health. So stacking this with Myotrol, it would be a good stack. Stacking this with the structural nanosilver gels would help with the skin. That's a good stack. Taking it with vitamin C helps cross-link, especially when you drink filtered water. Vitamin C and the collagen cross-links and helps with the dermal layer of your skin. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Let's go back to Bloomberg here.
The parse here, but they're saying the agreement should fast track delivery of ultra-dense GPU platforms.
And interestingly enough, the other stock here, one of the other stocks is AMD, and that also sort of getting a boost from potential Saudi Arabian-led AI infrastructure projects.
Yes, I'm looking at NVIDIA and AMD. It says that they'll supply semiconductors to Saudi Arabian AI company Humane. This is going to be a massive data center project, and is also essentially under a Trump administration initiative. They should lift restrictions on delivering advanced technology to the region. So lots going on in terms of news regarding and related to Saudi Arabia. But I mean, AMD shares are down about 2% this year, but they are getting a lift off of this news. Second best performing stock in the SP500 right now.
All right, one more.
Yeah, lastly, I'm looking at Aurora Innovation. Now, this company is down about 17%, as much as 17% today. That's the worst day since October. This company is about $11.8 billion in market cap. It develops and delivers self-driving technology to move both people and goods. But this is after...
I want to hear John Kennedy on Fox News. He's always a funny character. So let's listen in.
Arc'teryx. Obsessively designed gear for mountain athletes. Worn when it counts. Arc'teryx.
Now, as you just heard me discuss with President Trump, this has been a major week for his administration as the president is racking up win after win for America. Kind of what he said on the campaign trail on Monday. President Trump signed an executive order slashing your drug prices in the U.S., most favored nation status, also a major trade breakthrough with China. He also helped bring home the last American hostage being held by Hamas. And now the president, here he is in the Middle East, where we are, negotiating major investments in the U.S. All right, joining us now to discuss all this week's news, Louisiana Senator John Kennedy is with us. Senator, two things really struck me today as I watched the president, and I thought it was deep and I thought it was profound. And if he could achieve it, it would be beyond historic. And that was saying to the Saudis, join the Abraham Accords. And also sending a very loud message again to Iran that you can have peace if you want it, but you're not going to be a nuclear state. He's been very, very clear. There's no ambiguity. Reaction.
Well, I think Iran, to me, is obviously the most important issue. Allowing Iran, the Ayatollah, to have a nuclear weapon is unthinkable. If he gets a nuclear weapon, there's going to be a war in the Middle East. And it won't be because we started it. It won't be because Iran started it. Israel will jump on. They'll bomb Iran immediately. The president has to be very firm with Iran. He has to agree, in my judgment, to no nuclear power whatsoever, not military and not civilian. And he has to make it very clear we can do this the easy way, the hard way. We want to reach an agreement with Iran. If they give up their nuclear capabilities, we will take the sanctions off. If not, we reserve the right to hit them so hard they'll cough up bombs. And that's just the way it is. Joe Biden couldn't pull that off, but Donald Trump can.
Let me ask you, Senator, because when you were last on the program, we were talking about trade and tariffs. And what you said on this program is you hope that the president is able to get one deal after another after another. Great Britain, I don't think, really surprised everybody, but it was a good deal for the U.S. This is 60 years that friend and foe alike is kind of taking advantage of us, right? So we have an opportunity here to really get things right, which I think is critical. And then China. What do you make of that deal? And what message do you think it sends to the rest of the world? And Scott Besson said that 130 countries are lined up.
Well, I think it's obvious. Unless you're the reason that your parents drank, you see that it was a big victory, not just for President Trump, but for America. Before the president did what he did, China's tariffs on the United States were well over 20% on average. Now they're 10. Our tariffs on China were a little over 20. Now they're 30. That's a 20-point swing. Now, I've listened all day to some of my Democratic colleagues say that, well, we didn't get anything for it. If you believe that, I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person in the world doesn't die. It was a clear victory. The other point I would make, I think Trump understands how to deal with China. Look, the Chinese, not the people of China, I'm speaking about the Chinese Communist Party. They're thieves. They steal with both hands. They will steal your socks without taking off your shoes. That's how they've gotten rich. We let them into the World Trade Organization on December 11th of 2001. They started cheating December 12th. And Trump was the first president, he did this in the first term, to ever stand up to China and say, stop the stealing. And now he's doubled down, and it's working. We still got a long way to go. China cheats in other ways besides tariffs, with quotas and subsidies and stealing intellectual property. But this is a hell of a good start.
I mean, so much other news. I mean, drug prices for Americans will go down 30 to 80%. Hopefully, Putin and Zelensky can have a good meeting. I understand the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will be a big part of that. Then you can look at the role that maybe they played in lowering the tensions between India and Pakistan. And the thing that maybe infuriated me the most is, we'll be in Qatar tomorrow night broadcasting, is the issue of the plane. Our largest military base here in the Middle East happens to be in Qatar. You know how much the Qataris have spent since 2003 on our military base? Over $8 billion. And you know what? I didn't hear anybody complain about the $8 billion that they invested or the military technology that we give them that helps secure their nation, just like here in Saudi Arabia. So I just think it's part of an overall, you have to look at big picture sometimes, don't you, when it comes to the issue of the plane?
Well, I think most Americans understand what's going on with the Democratic Party. They're on their back foot, and they're trying to their leader is Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, and she years ago she took a sharp left, and kept driving, and she's moving their party down, and she's losing the American people, and the president keeps hitting them with one blow after another. So the plane business is just one among a number of straws that my Democratic colleagues are grasping at. Them to saying, well, the deal with China makes no difference. You know, that's patently absurd, and they know that, but that's all they have, Sean.
I always knew that China would need access to our markets, and I think it will be mutually beneficial and long-term, and America standing up for itself and not being taken advantage of and abused is actually refreshing, because that's been institutionalized for 60 years. Senator Kennedy, we love having you. It's only like 4:30 something in the morning here, but we appreciate.
He's always funny to listen to. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 is going to help with your cardiovascular health. It helps to prevent red blood cells from sticking too much, so it's going to reduce overclotting. It's going to help bring down inflammation and improve your lipid profile. Help bring down that LDL level and increase your HDL levels. When you bring down LDL levels, you're reducing oxidized LDL. So you're reducing plaque formation. Really important. Take omega-3 every day. Omega-3 also stacks well with olive leaf extract. But let's talk about a stack where you're helping with your cardiovascular health and your pancreatic health. Digestive enzyme complex has enzymes in it that allow you to digest carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. When you get older, once you hit about age 40, your pancreas doesn't function as well as it was when you were younger. I don't care how fit you are. Your pancreas starts to decline. It doesn't secrete those enzymes as well. So you want to help that along, especially when you get older. So taking digestive enzyme complex is going to reduce the load on your pancreas and help you to digest foods. So it's going to put less load on your digestive system, and you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients. If you work out, if you're an athlete or, professional or even amateur, you'd benefit from digestive enzyme complex even if you're younger. All right? And you do that by taking the digestive enzyme complex with your pre or post workout fuel source. And so when you're refueling your body or pre-fueling your body, taking the digestive enzyme complex is going to allow you to break up that fuel source. And so you'll recover quicker and you're reducing the load on your pancreas. So take the digestive enzyme complex if you're age 40 or older, or if you're an athlete. Very important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex, also get the omega-3, and this is a great stack. You're helping with your cardiovascular health, and you're helping with your digestion. You're helping with your pancreatic health. In addition, digestive enzyme complex has enzymes that are proteolytic, right? And that will help to break up glycoproteins. That's the reason why I said take digestive enzyme complex back in 2020, if you remember. Breaks up glycoproteins, and we know what that is, right? And digestive enzyme complex has bromelain in it, and bromelain is fibrinolytic. And that was the reason why I said take digestive enzyme complex during the 2020 crisis, because it breaks up clots. And if you stack it, bromelain with omega-3, you're reducing clot formation. So if people actually listen to me in between the lines, I told you the recipe to navigate through 2020. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex and get the omega-3. Help with the cardiovascular health and help with your pancreatic health. I'm telling you this because if you don't pay attention, you're going to age faster. So it behooves you to listen to me. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. And if you've been paying attention to me the last 4 weeks, you would have made anywhere from 10 to 18% return on your new deployed money into the market. Really simple. You listen to me, you'll make money. You listen to me, you'll slow down the aging process.
In his country, also Palestinian terrorists in his country. Ahmed Shah, for his part, insisted that there were mutual areas of security that they could both agree on, including the elimination of chemical weapons. Reading between the lines, this, I think, shapes the future diplomacy of America and Syria. This idea of economy, the lifting of sanctions, and American investment, and security. These are the two prongs that are likely to really shape the diplomatic relations, certainly in the short term. However, afterwards, there were very, very warm words from Donald Trump about Ahmed al-Shara. He said that he is a handsome, strong young man.
All right.
With a very
I want to go to MSNBC. They're demonizing Trump's trip to the Middle East. President of the United States is for sale. He's on the take. Yeah, he's on the take, right? He's really championing a way forward in the Middle East that could lead to him winning the Nobel Peace Prize. All right, if this works out, chances are it won't work out. But if it did, he's a major contender for the Nobel Peace Prize. All right, but to say that this president is for sale, and you compare him to what happened with the Bidens, who literally was on the take and are crackheads, it's amazing. It's amazing how the mainstream media will demonize Trump on everything, even when he's succeeding. He just closes a $200 billion deal in Qatar for Boeing and GE, because GE's making, my understanding is GE's making the actual engines. What did Biden do? Like literally nothing. Sleep on a beach and crap his pants. It's amazing.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can.
Ambassador, President Trump went into Qatar already having gotten something he apparently really wanted, a fancy plane. Plus, he and his family, we know, have major business interests in Qatar. But what are the nation's interests there? What does the U.S. get out of anything potentially in terms of its relationship with Qatar and what they might offer America?
Well, there's been a lot of aggravation for the American public. First of all, on the downside, Qatar has been hosting for many years the Hamas political leadership and has provided an enormous amount of money to that terrorist organization, notwithstanding American protests to the contrary. Also, it has been a supporting country of the Taliban. And finally,
Wait. He's got in what we call in the business industrial amnesia. All right. It was Obama's administration that was trying to reach out with the Qataris to be able to try to de-escalate issues in the Middle East. And it ended up where they were sending funds to these the money that they were sending ended up feeding these terrorist groups. So you got to go all the way back to the Obama administration and the geopolitical strategy he was using that failed. I mean, literally, if you want to take a look at it, it was through that strategy that led up to October 7th of, what was it, 2022? 2023? 2023, 2022, I forgot what year it was, but I think it was 2023. But let's see if he talks about that. What about the realignment and the change of strategy under the Obama administration with Qataris that led to October?
Billions, if not billions of dollars that Qatar has dispatched to universities around the country to promote a ideological Qatari-based Muslim Brotherhood theology on campuses that have contributed to the incitement of violence after the.
And that was all opened up by Barack Obama. That's the point I'm making. See, these industrial amnesia doesn't give you the full story.
23 attack by Hamas against Israel. Now, on the positive side, Qatar has been involved in serving as a mediator in trying to secure a ceasefire. It also hosts the largest Air Force base for the United States in the Middle East. But I take Qatar as in a situation for any American diplomat, it is not the glass half full, it is the glass half empty. It is constantly trying to buy, not just from the president, but from the American people, influence mostly to the bad, not to the good.
Ben, I'm told that the president just called the Emir of Qatar a tall, handsome guy. Part of those remarks as we watch them now get up from the desk.
The real geopolitical play is the United States and Saudi Arabia. And if you notice, there have only been 3 presidents that they have had such reverence to: the Saudis, the Saudi royal family. Bush 1, Bush 2, and Donald J. Trump. And that's where the real alignment is. Qatar is just a sideshow.
On to whatever's next on the president's agenda. And so I'm wondering what you're thinking watching all of this, Ben. What could Qatar be seeking in return from the U.S. on this trip after giving President a jet, after being...
Political clout, to be in that sphere of influence, but they're still going to be in the shadow of Saudi Arabia. But let's listen to the experts and what they have to say.
Tall and handsome.
Well, I think Qatar is playing the same game that the Saudis and the Emiratis are playing. In fact, they're the smaller Gulf Arab country, and they're looking around and they're saying, well, how do you do business with Trump? And they saw Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, go to Saudi Arabia after the first Trump term and get $2 billion for his investment fund. And that was not an investment from the Saudis and Jared Kushner's investment acumen, right? That was an investment in the Trump family. They saw Trump's family go to the United Arab Emirates, where he'll be tomorrow, and get hundreds of millions, I think billions of dollars of investment in Trump's new crypto enterprises that directly benefits the Trump family. So this is how business is done with Trump, and this is how the kind of transactionalism works in a part of the world where there's obviously tremendous money from oil and gas wealth. And so I think what's so notable about this, obviously the gift of Air Force One would be a different level in terms of its what it symbolizes and in terms of its proximity to the president. But actually, I think the real story here is that it's not unusual that essentially all these governments have taken the measure of Trump, and they're like, well, the way to do business with him is how we do business, by the way, with other corrupt countries around the world. This is not a new element of interaction in this part of the world. What's new about it is that the president of the United States is for sale. The family of the president of the United States is for sale. It's the United States which controls the world's largest military, which has air.
Donald J. Trump just brought 200 plane order to Boeing. Boeing is financially having a lot of problems because of their mismanagement and the quality of the planes and yada, 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 right? But getting a big order from the Qataris to help Boeing is a major win. So what are they talking about? What's wrong with selling product to the Middle East? And not only that, when you have more economic ties, you'll be able to put pressure to stabilize the region. This is the reason why I kept on saying, stop the advancement of NATO and bring Russia in to our orbit economically so you wouldn't have these types of problems in Ukraine. Ukraine would not have happened if Russia was more integrated economically with the West. But they're not, because we have a bunch of these types of people in the Bosch, in the the Bosch-Wash corridor, all right, between Boston and Washington, that corridor of intelligentsia. And they are perma-bearers because they're forever Cold War hawks. And so it never gave the opportunity for Russia to be integrated economically, heavily in the Western world. So it's always been adversarial ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall. The Western powers thought that they could get away with it, and they did. And now we have Ukraine, the Ukraine war. So do we want to take a lesson learned? Well, maybe the lesson learned is integrate some potential adversaries or slate adversarial region, bring them into our orbit, build economic ties, create stability, and you'll have lasting peace. Most wars are really predicated because of lack of opportunities economically. So it behooves the United States to actually integrate more with business in the Middle East. And I'll tell you, when it comes to the Bushes and the Trumps, they are heavily integrated with Saudi Arabia. Those are two families that have a quote, the special relationship with the Saudi family.
Force bases in Doha, which has military bases across this region. And so I think that's, I'm not surprised Qatar is doing this, and they're not alone in doing it. And that's actually what I think should be so alarming to people, is the normalization of corruption at the highest levels with a seeming infinite amount of money. What they want in return is they want security. They want their interests protected. They don't want to be criticized for human rights violations, whether you're Mohammed bin Salman or whether you're governor of Qatar. They're going to want things in the future from the United States. They want technology from the United States. So, of course, there's a quid pro quo here. And I think the lesson to these governments and the other governments.
This guy seems like he's supported by the Israeli lobbying group. Now, Israel has to defend its country, definitely against terrorism. But the thing is that there is an opportunity that is starting to pop up in the Middle East that we could actually see lasting peace. So that means that the deep state, the national security state, and all of these perma-bears, the neocons, they're going to have to change their mindset. There's a new zeitgeist that's happening in that region. And so you're going to see fits from the lobbying group that's tied to old, antiquated Middle Eastern policies.
Well, two is that
not only that,
this is how you do this, Trump.
Not only that, the United States integrating economically in that region is going to stop the Belt Road, this new Silk Road concept that China is doing, going through the Middle East and into Africa. All right. Well, if you stop that by having very strong ties with Saudi Arabia and some of the peripheral nations and stabilizing the region and stopping Iran from developing nuclear weapons, geopolitical win for the United States, especially when we're concerned about China and their hegemonic ascent. But they want to focus on Jared Kushner getting $2 billion for a hedge fund or whatever it is.
And as Kelly pointed out, though, Trump wasn't always like this. I mean, when you look back to his campaign prior to his first term, he was saying things that were more in alignment of what we'd hear from an American president. And of course, there's also.
But Trump 1.0 wasn't shot at. Trump 2.0 was shot at, most likely by the deep state, and barely made it alive. His head just slightly tilted, just fractions of an inch. He would have been dead on live television. You're talking about the Zapruder film being like, kind of gory and an amazing thing to see. Can you imagine CNN with the head exploding of Trump? And that's what they wanted. And just to replay that and replay that and replay that. And what that would have done is create fear in any president going forward on trying to go against the deep state. But with luck and most likely God's blessing, Trump survived. And there must have been a purpose here, all right? So Trump 2.0, comparing Trump 2.0 and 2.1, I mean, totally different. When you're shot at and you almost died, I think you have a little bit of different perspective on life. But these people, they have no consideration of this. They have it's everything with this media, everything Trump does is bad. There's nothing that Trump can do right. Nothing. And he's not a perfect person. Actually, there's elements of his character that are less desirable. But the thing is that he's winning. He's literally bringing home the bacon and getting our manufacturing to sell manufacturing goods and services and selling them in the Middle East. It's a win-win. It's heavily, there's a high potentiality of stabilizing the region. And there's economic benefit both sides of the fence. What's wrong with that? Isn't that what we want? Or is it that the neocons want never-ending fucking war? The Middle East, post 9/11, was the fucking Vietnam that they wanted in the 60s. And they're gonna hold on to that. They're gonna try to have never-ending war in the Middle East because that's what the military-industrial complex needs. The Vietnam that they didn't get in the 60s, brought to you by George Bush Sr. and Jr.
During this trip, a notable about-face on U.S. policy in Syria. Kelly, we now know the U.S. is planning to lift sanctions on that country. This president met with the new Syrian leader this morning. How did all that come about?
Well, that was also a part of the influence of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and the President of Turkey, President Erdogan. Our president has spoken to those leaders, and they exerted some influence on him to say that the Bashar al-Assad regime is over, it has been deposed, and now there's a new time and a new opportunity for the president to have a new relationship. And so he has said that he would agree to lift sanctions and is urging the new Syrian regime to look at some things that are important, like helping the United States prevent the rise of ISIS again, taking control of its own prisons there where the U.S. has had influence. It's a real shift. Here is a bit of how the president addressed the new leader that he met briefly on the sidelines, as they say, back in Saudi Arabia.
Young, attractive guy, tough guy. Strong pass. Strong pass fighter.
Is that where
He's gonna reach out and hold it together.
little difficult to hear there, at least it was for me, but he was describing the leader and talking about him as having an attractive future, being an attractive young man. And so that gives you a sense, again, of the personal quotient that President Trump puts into all of these relationships. How does he interact with that leader? What is his relationship? And then by extension, what it means for the United States. Anna?
The president did give quite a lot of credit to the Saudi Crown Prince for this shift on Syria. In fact, take a listen to what he said.
After discussing the situation in Syria with the Crown Prince, your Crown Prince, and also with President Erdogan of Turkey, who called me the other day, I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince.
Ambassador, your reaction?
Monday CRM has the best AI features in the game.
Especially in sales.
Hands down.
So for me, email composition works like magic. You know me, I'm not.
Ambassador, your reaction. What kind of influence might MBS have had?
Well, complete influence on this. This was not in the cards before this trip began, and there's no doubt this was a type of quid pro quo. MBS wants to see, along with other Arab states, major efforts to try to reconcile the situation in Syria to avoid another Islamist upheaval in the country. And this is the best chance for those of us who follow the Middle East to give al-Shar the chance that he needs and getting a boost from the United States, because it's not just the United States, but it's also the European Union that is also lifting sanctions. So he's getting a good dose of support from the Arab world, the United States, and Western Europe, and it's in our best interest to see him succeed.
So if it is in the U.S. best interest, it's still, how do you square that then with the past, with this new president, Ahmed al-Shara, who not long ago the U.S. had a $10 million bounty on? He fought against the U.S. as a bona fide member of al-Qaeda in Iraq. Do you see any risks to this shift in policy involving Syria, Ben?
Of course there's risks. He can end up being a dictator that promotes further terrorism in the region. Of course. But the thing is that it's probably lower probability because MDS he's stepping into the limelight on the international stage, and he's saying, let's give this a chance to bring peace in the region. So you know what? I think there's a higher probability of success than failure. But is there a chance that the Syrian leader ends up being, nothing but a dictator and causing havoc in his country and, aligning with Iran? Yeah, it could happen. But if we start to de-escalate the problems that are happening in the Middle East, if we start to reduce the chances of nuclear weapon proliferation in the region, if we denuclearize Iran, there is a major chance of economic growth and prosperity in that region. And I think a big part of the reason why that region has been faltering for so long and that many countries are in the Stone Age is because of lack of economic development. If the economic development starts to take hold, starts to take roots, then you're going to have more peace and prosperity in the region. Now, there's going to be a realignment of the geopolitical viewpoint. There's going to be a different zeitgeist, that's for sure. It's changing. You can sense it. There's something changing in the world. So if it's like planting a tree, a really small sprouting tree, right? Could it survive after 3 years? Maybe not. But if you try to take care of it and you cultivate it, it might take hold and become a very blossoming, strong tree in the future. And I think that's what's happening here. There is an opportunity there's an opportunity to give peace a chance. Another thing that I think dovetails well with this, for the ones that are Gen Xers or older, they remember the Mendez brother trial. And there looks like there's going to be a resentencing that takes place that allows for them to have parole. And for the ones that don't know, they ended up murdering their parents, but it was later found out that there was, lots of abuse that was going on with the family, and there was psychological harm and all this. But the main point I'm making here is just that there's a redemption, but just using one term to kind of to use as an umbrella of what I'm starting to notice in the world at large. Redemption. All right? But we can't be redeemed. We can't get that redemption if we continually regurgitate the past, regurgitate previous strategic alignments and previous strategic geopolitical strategies. Kind of think a little bit differently. That's what I'm noticing with this zeitgeist, this contemporary zeitgeist. Things are changing. And overlaid with that zeitgeist is this redemption that's taking place. But mainstream media, if you're listening to the economic news, everything's doom and gloom. Everything's doom and gloom. 4 weeks ago, I said, don't bet against America and you're going to make money. All right? If you listened to me, you would have made 18% or more. But if you were dollar cost averaging in, you probably made anywhere from 10 to 18%. Well, all these economists were wrong. Even Kenneth Rogoff was wrong, who was interviewed on Bloomberg just today with his new book. Everyone was saying back 4 weeks ago that the dollar was going to tank, the treasury market was going to tank, the bond yields were going to skyrocket to the moon, the equity market was going to go away because everyone was flowing out of assets of the United States, equities, treasuries, and the dollar. And I said, no, don't bet against America. She will always surprise you in the positive. Don't bet against America. And guess what? We are now trading at 5,897. And when I said that statement, the equity market was trading at 4,820. And I said, buy in. These experts are wrong. Now, fast forward to 4 weeks, or where we're at right now, who was right? The economists that were being interviewed on Bloomberg or Dr. Paul Cottrell? The proof's in the pudding. There's a change in the wind. There's a new zeitgeist.
Look, I'm going to say this is the right call. I don't think that it was necessarily arrived at after careful consideration. The reality is the risks are if he ends up being an extremist leader, you can put those sanctions back on. Having them in place when they're put in place to deal with Assad, having those sanctions in place would make it impossible for Syria to rebuild, impossible for anybody to invest $1 in that country, impossible for people who are Syrians who are in places like Europe who want to go home to get back there. So I think you have to try this. So I support this. The question, though, is how do you make decisions in the White House? And the message that Trump is broadcasting, he's saying, like, I wasn't going to do this, and then MBS told me to do it. That's the problem. The problem is you should have a National Security Council and a U.S. government that makes a process set up to make a decision like this.
What happens if you have a deep state, even if you have advisors around you that you trust, but you have that administrative deep state that is so against your foreign policy that they will slow walk it? Isn't it better to just kind of like not even ask for advice? Because what did Trump learn from his first administration, Trump 1.0? He had a lot of people around him that was circumventing his policies. I think he learned after his ear was shot, that, you know what, you can't trust the deep state because they will literally try to kill you.
You don't tell the world, I'm doing this because this person who controls trillions of dollars of wealth just asked me to, and of course I'm going to do what he says. That's the wrong way to announce what I think is the right decision in this case.
No. The thing is that, one, it was a little bit of a joke what he said on stage. And two, you know what? I don't think he just knee jerks with that, it most likely has been on his mind for a while. You don't know what kind of conversations have been going on between MDS and Trump for the last few months. You have no idea. This guy has no idea. If he did, how would he know? Unless the deep state was listening. I'm sure that this discussion was going on for a while within his inner circle and MDS. And, again, the zeitgeist is changing, and these perma bears, you know what? They haven't woken up yet. They're still in hibernation of an old era.
Ben Rhodes, Ambassador Mark Ginsburg, thank you so much for your expertise, for sharing your knowledge of the region and these matters with us. Kelly O'Donnell, thank you for the reporting.
And thank you for all of that history, all of that experience that doesn't seem to translate into a new zeitgeist. All right. Before we go back to Bloomberg and figure out what's going on, we'll do a market update, but please help support my work. Where else are you going to get entertained like this? Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the magnesium and zinc. This is going to boost up your immune system, and magnesium has a dual benefit. It helps with brain function, but it also improves the efficacy of vitamin D3. So vitamin D3 is going to work better when you take magnesium. You can take magnesium 3 different ways from my store. The magnesium and zinc supplement, the vitamin C and magnesium supplement, or the Boomer Boost. Now with magnesium and zinc, again, helps with brain function. The magnesium is very important for brain function, and zinc is going to help with the immune system. Now, vitamin C and magnesium, that's going to help with your skin, your immune system, and your brain function. Stack them together for max benefit. Drink it with filtered water. Really important. And you know what? One of the most chronic problems in the United States is self-induced, and that is cardiovascular disease. Now, not all cardiovascular disease is self-induced, but the far majority in the United States is. Because in America, they love their bread and circus, right? And eventually you'll have to pay for that bread and circus lifestyle. Now, taking nattokinase is going to help with your cardiovascular health. It's going to help to control your lipid profile. So it's going to help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That's important because that's going to reduce plaque formation. But also nattokinase breaks up clots. And a lot of people don't realize, the crisis that we had in 2020, people have clotting problems now. So you need to take nattokinase. But not just that. When you have a buildup of plaque, you start to have turbulent flow problems. The flow of the blood, when it's going past that plaque, because of that blockage, it perturbs the actual flow. And what happens is that clots can form because of that change in flow. You want to have the ability to break up those clots. So taking nattokinase is going to help you with that. Now, if you take a look at my cardiovascular box that I have, the longevity cardiovascular box, or you listen to how I tell you to stack these supplements, you're going to reduce the chances of further plaque formation. So you're reducing blockage. But not just that. If you do that protocol for the longevity cardiovascular box that's on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, in about a year, if you do that every day for a year, you're going to actually shrink the plaque that you have built up. Now, you can't get rid of all of it, but let's say you have 50% or 60% blockage. Let's say in your carotid. Let's say you had an ultrasound done on your carotid, and you had a 60% or 50% blockage, and you started to take certain types of supplements that's in the longevity cardiovascular box that I have. You, over time, are slowly reducing the plaque. Now, you can't get rid of all of it, but you can reduce the buildup of plaque. But it takes time and diligence. It's the proper supplementation, which is in that longevity box, and proper diet and exercise. When you do that, you're going to have better blood flow. You reduce strokes, reduce heart attacks, you get better blood flow for your brain. Very positive things will happen when you listen to me, all right? So please go to my store, get the nattokinase, break up those clots, but better yet, take a look at that cardiovascular box that I have. It's a longevity cardiovascular box to reduce the chances of plaque formation and over time to slowly bring the plaque down, all right? But you can't get rid of all of it. And a lot of people don't realize cardiovascular disease starts when you're in your teens. You may not feel it, but it starts when you're age 14, 15, 16. And the reason is that plaque buildup has a series of things that have to go wrong. Inflammation at the vascular level, a slight micro tear or damage in the endothelial lining of the intima of the blood vessel. All right. LDL getting oxidized because you have free radicals in the bloodstream and a higher LDL count. It gets into the meat, what's called the media of the blood vessel, the middle of the blood vessel. And then you have a macrophage that comes in and eats it because it thinks it's foreign body because it's an oxidized LDL. And that macrophage then turns into a foam cell. And that foam cell ends up building up plaque. And then over time, the plaque builds up and you have calcium depositing also. But if you take certain supplements that brings down inflammation and reduces damage to the vascular system, you're reducing plaque formation. If you soak up free radicals, you're reducing plaque formation. If you reduce your LDL, you have less LDL oxidized. You reduce the chances of plaque formation. If you take supplements like K2 and D3, you're reducing the chances of calcium depositing. Now do you understand? If you don't take charge of your own health, you will be on pharmacopoeia when you get older. I can't tell you what exact age you'll be. Depends on where your baseline health is. But cardiovascular disease starts when you're in your teens. And it doesn't become symptomatic in most cases until you're in your 30s or 40s. Fact. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Pay attention, get the supplements, get the nattokinase, take charge of your health because no one else will.
Fairly stable. A little bit of marginal erosion from related to tariffs. Well, all in all, I mean, we haven't seen any material cuts to estimates.
Because what we were worried about, say like 6 months ago, is you had companies diverting spending into IA stuff at the expense of traditional tech infrastructure. A, is that still happening? And then slash B, can Cisco capitalize on that shift, or you think they'll be fine?
Cisco will capitalize on that shift.
Okay.
It won't have as big of an impact given the size of Cisco. But what we're finding out today is that some of the underspending in, let's just say the daily networking and the hardware equipment, those things need to be upgraded too. And what we're seeing is that companies are going to reinvest in their core networking products.
So back in February, they gave a pretty upbeat sales forecast. I remember the stock jumping on that. Are expectations high going into this print?
Well, I mean, it's probably 5% off the all-time highs from the last earnings call.
Yeah.
I think the expectations post all the other earnings results in the networking space have gotten a little bit more bullish getting into the print.
Well, what else are you going to be looking for? Run it out. Are there? Well, actually, no. Go back and talk about the deal with the Saudis that was announced. What does that mean? Is that a real deal or is that like a pact or an MOU?
Well, is it a real deal? It's probably more along the lines of the pact and the MOU type, right? Which is going to be multi-year. But one of the criticisms that Cisco has had over the past couple of years when the AI ramp-up started to happen was that they're not really playing in the game, right? But what you're seeing is that they're making acquisitions. They have the products within the portfolio to be well positioned to gain from AI over the long term. Again, small part of it, and quite frankly, I actually appreciate the fact that it is a small part of the revenue stream, because if it was a bigger part, it would probably eat away into the gross margin.
I would say someone during this remote. Senior technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence gives us a little preview of Cisco and kind of what he's seeing out there in the technology space. Got a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal of correction. Trump impact with Qatar for 1.2 trillion, quote, economic exchange. So that clears it up a little bit. We'll have further reporting on that. But again, it's been a trip that has generated a lot of headlines regarding economic investments and orders being placed for American equipment and services and goods. So from that perspective, it's certainly been a newsworthy trip for the president.
All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now. Balance of Power is up next. Have a great trading day on this Wednesday.
Okay, while they're on commercial break, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I have these dual-purpose deodorants. You use them as a deodorant, but they will also help to detoxify your body. Very important. When you detoxify your body, your immune system works better, your endocrine system works better. These deodorants are for males and females. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas, extremely high quality. No aluminum and no baking soda. All natural. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and also in citrus. Males and females for deodorant. Get a few bars for your household. Help support my work. And get products that are dual purpose. You save money that way because you're targeting multiple things. You're using it as a deodorant and it's detoxifying your body. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And we're in the allergy season in the United States, all right? But if you're in the allergy season, or if you have poor air quality, living in an environment like New York, or you're in an environment where you have, colds that are happening, all right? Take the lozenges, mitigate the problem right away. And when you're doing that, you're reducing the chances of further problems down the road, all right? You want to mitigate it right away. The moment you have that irritation in your throat, take the lozenges and the drops. I have elderberry and zinc lozenges in stock. You get 21 lozenges in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Be prepared. Also, the drops. They're smaller. There's 100 in each bag. You can get it in blueberry, in cherry flavor, and also in honey and lemon. All right? So get a few bags for your household. Have some at work and at home. You never know when you're going to have that irritation. Take it right away. All right? When we had that fire that was going on in New Jersey, and the air quality recently started to really drop in terms of the quality of the air in New York, I was taking those drops and lozenges to make sure that it didn't create further irritation in the oral pharynx that will lead to weakening of the immune system. You don't want to get sick, all right? And when you do get sick, even if it's something benign, all right, it takes 2 weeks to heal. Something benign, something that's just mild. If you have something that's starts getting into bronchitis, or you start having something that gets into pneumonia, guess what? It's going to take several weeks to heal. So if it takes time to heal, then your immune system isn't focused on other things in terms of your health. So part of the aging process is a weakening of the immune system and chronic infection that leads to damage to the tissues, that leads to further damage because the body never has been able to remodel. When you get sick and you feel better, your body is still fucked up. Why? Because it's damaged the cells, damaged the tissues, there's inflammation, and it takes weeks to repair, depending on the level of severity. Now, it takes 2 weeks with a mild infection. So if you get sick 3 times a year, you're 3 times a year, and it's mild. You're sick for 1 week, and then it takes to remodel another 2 weeks. So that happens 3 times a year. So 9 weeks out of the year, you're either sick or healing. And that's the reason why when you get sick chronically, you age faster. It's that simple. Because you have these pro-inflammatory cytokines that do damage to other tissues. But if you don't want to listen to me, don't. But I'm telling you how to stop this bullshit. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the lozenges and the drops. The moment you feel that irritation in your throat, take them right away to mitigate the problem. All right. Let's go back to Al Jazeera for a second.
It's like this, not least, of course, at the event that you're at tonight, the Sale Palace. There's a big reception happening there. Tell us what we can expect there tonight.
Well, as you heard me talking just moments ago, I had to raise my voice because there is a choir that is warming up. You can see behind me the beautiful columns that are there all lit up. Soon we will be seeing, I expect Donald Trump's motorcade behind me where he will be received. There have been men in traditional dress on horseback that are rehearsing for that arrival. I can tell you in about half an hour's time, Donald Trump's motorcade, the presidential motorcade, will be arriving here to the Lusail Palace. This is where the Qatari royal family's official residence is. And I can tell you that currently Donald Trump has been having some executive time at his official rest of night, which is what they call the hotel where he stays when he is on location in a country that he is visiting. So he'll be leaving there very shortly to travel to this location. But what's going to happen here this evening is he'll be received by the Emir of Qatar, where he once again is doing the business of deal making in a more casual, relaxed atmosphere. But it's a relationship that he's had for some time, even that precedes the Emir in this official capacity. And this is what he wants to do and repeat. He repeated it. He's done it previously last night. He did it with the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia, and he hopes to do it again the next night in the United Arab Emirates. And so this is what he is doing. He is sort of fostering relationships that he hopes in turn will result in, again, these trillions of dollars of investment that he hopes to generate and bring wealth to the United States.
That's a White House correspondent, Kimberly Holder, at the Sale Palace there. Kimberly, thank you very much indeed. Well, joining us here is Mohammed Al-Masri, a professor of media studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. We're talking a lot about the deals that have been signed over the last 48 hours or so, both in Saudi Arabia and obviously now in Qatar as well. They are significant deals. There's a lot of money involved. But there's more to it than just...
All right, let's do a market update here. Let's do a market update. The SP 500 is trading at 5,899 on the dashboard here. The VIX is trading at 18.29, so that's good. But the equity market is really having a little bit of a problem with the 5,900 level. It's a resistance level right now. Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Oil is trading at $63.35 a barrel. BITO, which is the ETF for Bitcoin, is 21.83. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 146.46. Natural gas is trading at 3.5.
American companies potentially totaling $90 billion. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P right now up by about 0.2%. Back we go to Washington. Balance of power continues. And once again, here he is, your host, great guy Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pelham, well, you're a great guy too, Charlie. I missed you. It's great to have you with us here. Midweek, the Wednesday edition. Way to parachute into the week halfway through it. I've got a lot to catch up on. I need to take a deep dive with Kaylee Lyons to find out everything that I missed, although I've had my eyes on things and I've had my eyes on you. It's good to see you again. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg Radio, on satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. So late night here in Washington, early morning, should I say, wee hours. These guys work right through breakfast. The enduring image from the all-nighter on Capitol Hill. And don't worry, we're going to be following Donald Trump through the Middle East over the course of our program today. It was at 4:57 a.m. Utah Congressman Blake Moore slumped over in his chair on the Ways and Means Committee, all the way. Sound asleep, to the point where his colleagues had to jostle him awake to finish the work that they did complete. They actually cleared the tax component out of Ways and Means, but that wasn't the only one. We had Energy and Commerce all through the night. Ag went late, and there are questions about exactly how Speaker Johnson's going to thread the needle here. We still need a real deal on salt, right? We've got a couple other things we need to iron out. With a Memorial Day deadline looming, here's the Speaker of the House earlier today.
We're still on target to hit that Memorial Day deadline, which people balked at when we first said it. The American people are
If
counting on
this
us.
tax bill gets passed, it's going to be an accelerant for the equity market, and you're going to see an all-time S&P 500. I'm calling it right now. If it passes.
On the verge of a Memorial Day vote. Isn't that interesting? He's trying to build consensus to get the 218 votes needed, knowing only Republicans are voting for this bill. So this remains a family exercise. And that's where we start our conversation with Mike Dorning, Bloomberg's Capital Influence Deputy Team Leader. Your team is busier than ever.
Oh, yeah.
This is go time. So
we're all up spread across the Capitol right now.
As we speak, yeah, it's kind of amazing to see you guys at work. Now, it's interesting because we've been talking about this for months, but this is the actual marking up of the bills in the voting in committee that will bring together something to vote on the floor of the House. Will he actually get this done by Memorial Day?
Hard to say. There's a good chance he might. There's still the hard part is not the committee work, but the hard part is coming to that almost consensus. They can only afford to lose a few Republicans, and they still have to deal with the real problems in the bill, which is how big a deduction do you allow for state and local taxes, and how much do you cut Medicaid?
Okay.
And
But we
that's
keep
where they've
hearing
got
they're not
problems.
cutting Medicaid, that they're just making it more efficient.
Well, they're cutting.
So what's really happening?
So on Medicaid, they are going to impose work documentation requirements, and actually it's often the documentation that is the hard part, particularly for some people who don't always live at the same address they used to live. They move more frequently than others, and they're maybe not as good about getting all the documentation. And that usually reduces rolls by several million. And then they're also talking about for food stamps, rolling some of the cost onto states instead of the federal government over time. And again, in food stamps, they already have work requirements for food stamps, but they will expand it to more.
Should people understand this as you describe it, as they're knocking people off the rolls who deserve coverage and are not completing their paperwork in time, or we're actually getting to fraud in Medicaid?
I don't know how it would break down, and I'm assuming that there are some people, you don't know how many, but there are some people that could work, could find a job, that don't have jobs. So I don't think, I certainly haven't seen a study that like can delineate exactly how many people are people who, you think, some people think maybe they shouldn't be on Medicaid, and how many it's just documentation problems.
Sure, right. I
So
suspect lawmakers might not know either.
yeah, I mean, there may be a study, there may be something good and authoritative. I don't know.
Sure.
I've seen some studies.
Just reminds us it's difficult to use a scalpel when you don't have that information.
I have seen some studies that employment hasn't actually gone up much in some states that have tried this, but a lot of people have gone off the rolls, allegedly for documentation reasons. But putting all that aside, there's this feeling that the more politically vulnerable Republicans are more sensitive to cuts in Medicaid and food stamps. And there's also this feeling that Republicans that represent people with relatively high state and local taxes are more sensitive to, hey, let's let people get back more of that deduction. So those are the kind of the main things you have to work out to get it through the House. There are other things you have to work out to get it through the Senate, but for the House, those are the main things. And, it's relatively early in the year. They've come a long ways. This is something that they're going to fight over. And the fact that they haven't yet come to an agreement doesn't really mean they won't come to an agreement. Mostly among the Republicans, they want to do a tax cut. They want to find a way to do it. And so that helps you. But in Congress, when people want to find a way, then they often do find a way.
Well, they start bumping into each other on things like salt, right? You mentioned the deduction here that even the salty Republicans can't seem to agree on. There was even reporting that Nicole Malliotakis was thrown out of a meeting or not allowed into a meeting with leadership because she's on Ways and Means. Well, you've got I guess, Smokey in the hen house here. You can't even trust your fellow Republican lawmaker on this. $30,000 has been floated. Congressman Lawler says, hell no, I'll vote no. Where's the sweet spot?
I don't know, and that's if I would say the sweet spot is probably something more than Johnson initially offered. And I think Johnson's smart enough to know you don't start with your best offer. You start with a somewhat better offer.
It's not going to be unlimited, we can say, right?
I think it's very unlikely to be unlimited. And there's not going to be much pressure in the Senate for this. It's all the pressure is in the House, because in the Senate, there aren't a lot of Republican senators from high tax states. So the only way to get this is to get it in the House. And they could, if they wanted to, there are enough of them that they could just kill the bill, block it, or hold it up, until December 31st.
All right, so let's say everything goes right. He gets it done, he threads the needle, everybody's happy, they pass it with more votes than they need, if that's even possible.
Doesn't matter how many votes, as long as they pass it with the majority, that's
right.
all you need.
Magic number 218. What's the Senate going to do to this bill? How many changes will it
Lots
make
of
in the
changes. So again, in the Senate, there are senators who are nervous about cutting Medicaid and food stamps. There are also senators who are nervous about cutting all the clean energy tax credits that President Biden passed. So you'll probably see pressure from senators to cut Medicaid less, cut food stamps less, preserve more of those tax breaks for clean energy, a few other sort of bits and pieces. Like I think there's some senators who want to be more generous even than the House one in terms of research and development, tax credit for tax break for companies. They want to make that permanent instead of just for the period that it is in the House bill. Things like that. There'll be lots of, and each senator has a lot of power. But again, like in the House, I think a majority of Republican senators do want a tax cut. So there's likely, whether they do it July 4th, whether they do it, the most likely time that they get it done is by their August vacation, or whether they do it in October like they did it in the first Trump presidency. It's just a question of when and and what pieces will
Suggesting we don't know
away.
if the debt ceiling is gonna go into this or not, right? That
That's-
could be standalone.
That is why they might get it done in August, and it's great for the Republican leaders that they
Get
can
it all
catch
done.
that, create this artificial deadline, get it done quick.
It's amazing. Mike Doherty, great to see you. And thank you for the update here. Bloomberg's Capital Influence team is all over this, and you can find Mike and his colleague.
All right, so we're gonna do a commercial break here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver gel. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. Use it the same way. It's dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. Put it on a wound, an abrasion, a minor burn. It'll help to heal it quicker. And if you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not feeling well, at home or at work or in school, use this on your hands, put it around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. And this is why I kept on telling you, use the structural nano silver back in 2020. So please go to my store, use the structural nano silver. It's a dual purpose product. Make sure you have some at home and at work. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. Now let's talk about neural health. There are a lot of people that are going to have neural problems, as we have an aging population. Now, if you are 40 years of age or older, you need to start protecting your neurons with proper supplementation. Make sure you drink filtered water. Make sure you stay away from processed foods. Reduce your sugar intake. Exercise, get that better blood flow to your brain, really important. So doing cardio helps. Doing balancing exercises will activate a certain type of neuron. Doing resistance training is important because that's also going to activate a different set of neurons and help with kinematics. Balancing exercises, really important to activate that cerebellum. So activating neurons, taking the proper supplementation, sleeping properly, really important for neural health. These are all holistic approaches to improve your neurons. So when you get into your later years, they're as healthy as possible. All right. So in terms of the supplementation, taking NAD Plus supplement from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, is going to boost up your energy levels and also help to repair the DNA damage that you accumulate in your cells. It'll help with cellular DNA and mitochondrial DNA, so you'll have more energy too. So NAD Plus is really important to repairing DNA damage, and you accumulate DNA damage as you get older. So NAD Plus supplement helps to repair that. But NAD Plus also helps to protect your neurons. So take it every day, especially if you are 40 years of age or older. And again, it's proper supplementation, proper diet and exercise, proper sleep. Really important. Now, ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. All right? I sell on my store the best CoQ10 that you can get. Most people that purchase CoQ10 from someone else, you're getting the wrong type. You're not getting ubiquinol. You have to get ubiquinol, all right? Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. You can't get anything better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the ubiquinol, and what's going to happen is you're going to soak up free radicals, so that's going to reduce stress in your cell. It's going to help with your mitochondrial health. You're going to have more energy, and ubiquinol helps with your neural health. It helps with neural protection, all right? Stack it together with the NAD+. So take the ubiquinol and the NAD+ together to get the max benefit. And again, it's a holistic approach. Proper supplementation, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, reduce your sugar intake, so control your blood glucose levels. Do all 4 modalities of exercise, proper sleep, learn new things. These are all very important for your neurons. Please go to my store, get the ubiquinol and the NAD+. You take this approach where it's proper stacking of the supplements and a holistic approach in your health and wellness.
you're going to slow down the aging process. It's really simple, right? But you have to be vigilant and you have to be continuous, all right? Because you want that compound effect. It's like investing in the bank, all right? You get compound interest and it compounds over time. Well, that's the same thing with a holistic approach to health. You get compound benefits when you do the right things that your body needs to heal. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the NAD+, and get the ubiquinol. Protect those neurons, really important.
So 1%. Balance of power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host is back, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. I'm going to add one more to the pile here with the good help of Charlie Pellet in New York. The next IPO that we've got our eyes on here, eToro Group, has just started trading just below $70. It opened at $69.69, having been priced at $52 a share. This is a nice pop and following CoreWeave, probably the biggest offering that we've had a chance to talk about for some time, remembering everybody was talking animal spirits. Paved the road to Goldman Sachs the minute Donald Trump was elected, but then, of course, there was a chill on the market, thanks in part to the Terrorist Liberation Day and all the rest. Another new issue here, eToro Group. This is a rival to Robinhood, opening at $69.69 and now off to the races. It is at $72.95, now up about 5% from that level in its first day of trading. Thanks for coming along. It's Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. I missed you. We're back on the fastest show in politics, with a lot of talk about this airplane while I was gone. Every day I woke up and read something new about this 747 that ABC started talking about. This is the plane from Qatar. It wasn't until the Washington Post got to it this week, though, that I really had a sense of what we were talking about here. And the more I learn, the more I'm asking questions. Of course, the 747 is what Boeing made that became Air Force One. There are two of them, and they're aging. We talked about this in the first Trump administration, and getting Boeing to make more has taken time. So we're looking now at this so-called gift from Qatar to retrofit what is a 13-year-old aircraft at some $400 million, but the retrofit would cost a lot more than that. As we learn, of course, and we're hearing concern from a lot of Republicans now in Washington, pick out John Thune if you want. We could look at Ted Cruz suggesting that there are great concerns here about security, not to mention the idea of gifting under the rules of the Constitution. Donald Trump, though, talking about this, he can't figure out exactly what the problem is here, as he's made clear on Truth Social and in speaking about this on his trip through the Middle East. Here he is, listen. Do we not have Donald Trump here? All right. Let's take a look at what he's writing. He says, the 747 is being given to the United States Air Force Department of Defense, not to me, exclamation point. So you've got the question of the gift, and then you got the question of the work that's being done here. I'm going to get to both of these with Ashley Davis, Republican strategist, partner at S3 Group, former special assistant to the Director of Homeland Security. Her wheelhouse is national security, and that's where we want to get into, because there are concerns about whether this plane is actually going to be safe for the president to use. Nice to see you. Welcome back.
They're whining and crying that Doge was only able to find $160 billion of savings and not $2 trillion. And that's just a drop in the bucket of $160 billion that they found savings. And they're whining about $400 million retrofit to sweep the plane and to retrofit it. $400 million. Isn't that just a drop in the bucket? It's less than a drop in the bucket if they're viewing it as $160 billion is a drop in the bucket. They're not even consistent with the way they demonize Trump. It's amazing. I'll tell you, these newscasters are a bunch of bullshit.
Or not take that and strip it completely to make sure it's the safest plane in the world. But I also think, supposedly he is very angry about not getting his plane for 6 years he's been wanting this plane. So he's angry about it. He talked about it again yesterday. Mm-hmm. He's continuing the dialogue so I think he's poking a little bit at the company that is making the plane.
Which is
so
Boeing.
he's trying
Which is Boeing.
to cause a little bit
Which
of
is Boeing.
friction
Now,
there.
watch this. That who's building the plane is Boeing. All right, and Trump just brought the biggest order that they've ever had, ever, today. But they won't bring that up.
This is the number one story on every news network.
It sure is. It's been days of coverage.
Days of
while
coverage.
He's rolling through the Middle East.
And so one thing I just want to say, and
Does that help him?
Listen, are we talking about Medicaid really? Are we talking about SNAP?
Are we talking about investments in the Middle East?
Well, that's what it's taking away from.
Yeah.
So even though my theory is he's trying to take away a little bit from some of the potential bad noise that could be happening in Washington right now, it is also taken away for some of the big investments that he's making. I think, obviously the plane was in West Palm Beach. It was at Mar-a-Lago when some of the Qataris were visiting. He saw the plane, he loved it, and then he just started this dialogue. And the reason he knows that there's a lot of people and a lot of things that are very controversial about this from just a gifting perspective,
right?
Even if they give it to the library,
yes,
at the end of the day. But he's doubling down on it. So to me, he knows exactly what he's doing. To the rest of us, maybe we're just not sure what that is yet.
Well, there's a massive constitutional component to this, of course, so I'm not going to try to turn you into a constitutional lawyer, but I will point you to this headline in the Washington Post. Trump's gifted Qatari 747 would be a security problem, officials say.
That might be.
By the way,
that might be true.
It was moved 5 weeks ago, they learned, to San Antonio International Airport. So he's apparently already taken delivery of this jet. I mean, can you strip this to the studs and actually make it safe from a national security standpoint?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could have the same national, even though Boeing that made Air Force One to this point as a U.S. company, they would still go through the exact same thing that they're going to go through this plane. By the way, the Department of Defense, from what I understand, or maybe I'm wrong, and Joe, you've heard something different, they have not officially accepted this plane as a gift.
That's what we understand. But what's it doing sitting in San Antonio becomes the question,
I mean,
right?
who knows? It was Mar-a-Lago too, right?
It's been suggested that the upgrades may have already begun at that location.
Maybe, I don't know that.
Sure, of course. But this is what we're learning, and I'm trying to get the latest stuff here. What needs to happen to a $400 million airplane to make it safe for the president to fly in?
Well, listen, I mean, Air Force One will have the absolute, no matter who's in it, it's going to have the absolute most secure, whether it's from the communications perspective. They will strip it to put in all the different missile detectors that they have in regards to Air Force One. I mean, if you think about, and this is a conversation that's hard to get onto on the air right now with limited time, but what the plane has, especially like with Bush after 9/11 when he was, or on 9/11 when he was flying around the country, different things that they put on the airplane for security, the same thing they do in Israel for a lot of their planes in regards to their military planes, that will take years to put on the plane.
Yeah, so he may not actually get to enjoy this thing, which is kind of bizarre. We'll find out.
Well, he could if it goes to the library. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think Rick's on next. He can talk about the library ins and outs, but I mean, because he knows that from McCain. But I think there's definitely federal oversight that these presidential libraries have. So we'll see. I mean, look, it's a story. It's a story that's has a lot of ethical questions. That's not something unusual for the president.
Yeah,
so.
right. Well, and to your point, it's keeping us away from a lot of other stories.
Absolutely.
What do you think about this trip so far? Because some of the math doesn't add up, whether it's the Boeing jets we're hearing about, whether it's the overall investments from countries like Saudi Arabia or Qatar. I'm more concerned about the optics, as always, that we talk about here. The image of this meeting yesterday with the president, with MBS, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Jensen Huang. Is this a new approach to the presidency? Have we seen anything like this before?
No, I think he's trying to do two things. One, I think he believes that part of the country in regards to economic growth is one of the fastest, best places to invest in. And a lot, believe me, I spend a lot of time in the Middle East, and everybody is trying to get in, either in there or for them to invest in them. So
is this part of turning away from China?
Absolutely. It's also trying to do some an economic diplomacy in a way with the region. If you look at some of the things he's asking for, and he asked for yesterday with Saudi, and he's asking for today with Qatar, is trying to have softer stance on Israel. I mean, us being friends with this region in regards to our relationship with Israel is not a bad idea. And also, the more we're coming together, even with the announcement yesterday with Syria in regards to rolling back the sanctions, I mean, I think that having a strong Middle East with America to fight potentially China.
Finally,
Russia,
someone is saying something that makes sense. Previously, when we were playing MSNBC, there was nothing that Trump could do that was right. Finally, someone that they're interviewing on Bloomberg actually makes some sense.
I don't know, yesterday, could he expand?
We'll see. I mean, I don't know who you're really going to expand with.
You know, the downside here is if you ask Benjamin Netanyahu is that there's no Israeli visit, he feels slighted. Are you surprised by that choice?
Yes, but that may be I mean, listen, I was asked this yesterday too. I think there's absolutely no way that we don't have a strong relationship with Israel, that we're not going to support Israel. And I'm sure that I am not aware of and not privy to, there's a strategic reason why that's not happening.
If you're Benjamin Netanyahu and you hear a headline like sanctions against Syria are being dropped, why do you feel like you're being ignored by the president? It doesn't impact the relationship.
It may, but at the end of the day, is he going to stop a relationship with the United States of America? No.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
What does Donald Trump bring home then, other than dollar signs, or is that just the point of the trip?
Well, if he brings home some sort of, if he strikes a deal in Turkey, I mean, let's even go there in regards to Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine, and there's so much to talk about. How could we could talk for 3 hours
every day
just for what happened on this weekend?
Every day, yes, exactly. That's the deal. But maybe that's something that we'll talk about when you come back, because the Ukraine deal is all we're going to be turning to, let's say, in the next 24 hours.
Yeah,
30
it's
hours
tomorrow, right? I mean,
to Turkey, exactly.
Yeah, and so that's something. Well, Putin hasn't agreed to go yet, so
Correct.
But Zelensky has, so we'll see what happens there. If he comes home with, and I agree with you, but you started out the segment saying all the announcements and investments that have been made. Obviously, those are great announcements, and who knows what actually comes out of them. But and I hear the music. I have to stop talking, Joe.
You can talk right through the music, actually. It's anytime you want. Ashley Davis gets to do anything around here. S3 Group, Republican strategist, and always the insights that we're looking for here on the program. We'll assemble our panel next. Rick Davis, Adam Hodge are with us on the fastest show in politics. We haven't done very much on this yet. We're going to get to the Joe Biden book. That's the other.
Like I said, there's a new zeitgeist in the region, and Trump is surfing that new wave. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use this stack to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. It's dual purpose. Turmeric is going to soak up free radicals, so it's going to put less stress on your cells. It's going to bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines. When you reduce inflammation, you're helping your vascular system and you're reducing plaque buildup. And when you reduce inflammation systemically, you're helping your immune system. So take turmeric every day. If you work out, taking turmeric is also going to help you to recover from your workout. If you're not feeling well, taking higher doses of turmeric will actually help you. Now, ashwagandha root is a supplement that will help to bring down cortisol levels and help to control your blood glucose levels, reduce inflammation at the vascular level and systemically. So ashwagandha root is going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Olive leaf extract brings down inflammation and also helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So that's going to help with your immune system and your vascular system. Stacking them together is a powerful stack to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular health. So take the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the olive leaf extract. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. Take the stack. It's a dual purpose. It's a great way, affordable way to target 2 really important systems, your immune system and your vascular health. I want to pivot over to the Hill for about 8 minutes, talking about how Trump is going after the neocons.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We've got a great show for you today. Happy Wednesday. The week is proceeding along, and I am joined by Linda Tran. Nice to see you again, Linda.
Always happy to be sitting.
And you joke that we are always matching, and we actually always are
We
sometimes.
always are. Something about the universe is bringing us together.
A psychic connection we share.
And there it is.
Yes.
What's on your radar, Robbie?
Let's get to it. Well, when Donald Trump is right, he is right. The president delivered a stirring defense of non-interventionism and the value of allowing free peoples all over the world to work out their own problems and grow and develop toward greater freedom and prosperity without the oversight and interference of the U.S. In his remarks at the Saudi Arabian Economic Conference in Riyadh, the president lambasted the neoconservatives in both parties whose nation-building schemes have repeatedly come to ruin, in some cases ruining the very nations they had intended to help. These remarks were truly amazing. Neoconservatism is the failed idea that the U.S. should police the world, overthrow bad and hostile governments, and try to install regimes that are more in line with Western values. Both the Democratic and Republican parties have been run by neocons for decades. The party's candidates were often both neocons. Hillary Clinton was a neocon, John McCain was a neocon, President George W. Bush was the architect of the most aggressively neoconservative administration in modern American history. But while these views were always popular with the establishment and with the elites, they were never very popular with the base. Finally, the base revolted. We got Trump, and now Trump is actually chartering a different course. Take a listen to these remarks.
And it's crucial for the wider world to know this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spend trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities instead.
This is Trump at his best. Honestly, that speech could have been a radar by Deliver on Rising. It was respectful of other cultures. It was empowering of them to choose prosperity and freedom and global engagement without forcing it on them via sanctions or bombs or other forms of coercion. These remarks come at a pivotal moment for Trump in the Middle East. By going directly to Hamas, the Trump administration was able to negotiate the freedom of the last American-Israeli hostage being held in Gaza. Trump's top negotiator, Steve Witkoff, doing a terrific job representing the interests of America first. That doesn't mean turning our backs on Israel. On the contrary, it means prioritizing the safety and security of American interests, making sure that we are always choosing the best option for us, the most peaceful option whenever possible. It's the precise foreign policy that Republican voters have always wanted. And now Trump is actually giving it to them. So, Linda, I was delighted to hear Trump's remarks yesterday. It's something I would have said on the show and have said many times. It's really a different moment in time for this Republican Party to be saying things that were totally at odds with the party as of 10 years ago. There was also some big news that I'm sure we're going to talk about today coming out of this Riyadh conference with Qatar. The Qatar Airlines is buying Boeings from America. That's going to create thousands of jobs, maybe in the manufacturing base for this for the Boeings in South Carolina, I believe it is. And that is fantastic news as well.
150 Boeing major jets.
I know you love transportation.
I love transportation. Anytime we're talking about aviation, I'm in my happy place. And look, I can appreciate the fact that we obviously, as a nation, want to support American businesses. You probably know this very well, Robbie, that Boeing has been, for a very long time, America's greatest export. So it's good news to hear these kinds of negotiations happening. Here's the fundamental problem I have with both the approach to the world that the president has been describing and just sort of generally this business orientation. And they kind of stack up into a number of different streams. One is that this particular president has some significant conflicts of interest, which I know we're going to talk about here in a little bit. And so every time there's some sort of a big deal that sounds like it's really good for the nation, you have to ask it an additional layer of questions about how is it also benefiting him personally. That's something that I don't think we've seen before as a nation. The second thing is, I think it's good to promote business. It's certainly good to promote U.S. business, but I think there's been this conflation between what's the role of business versus what's the role of government, which, I think are oriented towards very different ways for very good reason. Businesses are about maximizing profit. Government is about a whole lot of different things, including, not the least of which, is diplomacy around the world.
Well, I agree with that, but I think the diplomatic
connectivity through spectrum is vital, provides us with reliability, lightning speeds.
Well, I agree with that, but I think the diplomatic approach of the Trump administration is really, don't you have to concede, is really bearing some fruit here. We got a hostage back. That's a great accomplishment. The Biden administration for the last year or two, the world was spinning out of control, and Biden, had these lofty promises and commitments, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, whether it's Israel, Gaza, whether it's China, but I don't think the leaders of the world took him seriously enough. Trump, I was promised there'd be chaos if Trump was in control, but here he is trying to get an actual lasting peace in Gaza, which would be a tremendous accomplishment because there's thousands and thousands of people dying. Trying to tamp down hostilities with Iran, something that he's fighting members of his own party to try to get in place. He's now moved toward a better trade situation with China, despite the immediate imposition of the tariffs. I see a coherent foreign policy geared toward the interests of the American people and global peace, which is what I've always wanted, and what the Republican base has always wanted, that they've never gotten out of their leadership.
Well, I'm not one of these Democrats that reflexively hates everything that this administration is doing. We've established that. But where I differ from you is, you say it hasn't been chaotic, and I think that has been emblematic of this administration in the first 100 and some odd days. Speaking specifically about tariffs, for example, here we are talking about the headlines are, hey, Trump has come to a deal. But to me, it's much like he's the arsonist who set the fire, and now he's getting accolades for bringing a bucket of water to put out his own fire. These are not accomplishments to me.
No. She's doing it wrong. When you are renovating a property or rebuilding, a dwelling, or taking ownership of a skyscraper and fixing it all up, it takes time, and there's going to be demolition, right? There's a demolition process. Some of it is somewhat fast, some of it is slower, some of it makes a lot of mess, some of it doesn't, but there's demolition process. And when you take a look at what has happened, especially with globalization for the last 35 years, since that, about 35 years, it's going to take time to reconfigure a better system that is going to be reaching what is called a Nash equilibrium, all right, where you're going to have both sides benefit from the trade. We've had somewhat of a skewed process where the middle class didn't really benefit that much from the last 35 years of globalization. You got cheap goods, but you got more debt that was issued by the government. So your interests are higher. We spend almost $1 trillion or over $1 trillion every year on interest on debt that we financed, okay? Which happens to be more than what we spend on the military, which is scary, all right? We spend interest more than we actually spend on the military. So the middle class has only benefited primarily by cheap goods. So we've imported deflation. That's what has happened. And we have exported debt. We issued bonds into the international market, and many of our trading partners buy it. So our Congress is spending too much money that we don't have. And you look at the job prospects for individuals that are going into the job market now, new entrants, people that are coming out of high school and coming out of college, those positions, those entry-level positions, they're not there. They're not as prevalent as they were in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. And that's because of globalization. And so what happens is that people have more debt to get educated. They can't get the better jobs that were available that were in the 90s or in the 80s in relative terms. And therefore they can't have family creation. They can't buy a home. And so they're building equity into their family is kicked down the can is kicked down the road for a decade. That's not a healthy economy. And the ones that benefited were the transnational capitalists, the ones that had stock and benefited from stock options or benefited from an appreciating stock market. The far majority of the middle class doesn't benefit as much. Yes, they have retirement in stocks, right? But you don't have access to it until you retire. The ones that are really playing the stock game are the ones that are active, that they're active traders, they're active transnational capitalists, all right? Those are the ones that really benefit from it. Or CEOs, or people have written about the managerial class that are tied with stock options, all right? Those are the ones that are going to benefit from globalization because the margins will be better for the goods and the services that company provides. Taking point, look at Nike. Nike has better margins by making cheap shoes in Asia and shipping them to the United States for people to buy them at $200. Meanwhile, it only cost them $10 to make. Maybe it would have cost $20 to make in the United States or $25, but they still would have a big profit. And there is this insatiable aspect to the market, the financial markets. Wall Street will keep on pushing for that increased margin so it can justify a higher stock price. And the ones that benefit the most are the ones that are in the managerial class, the C-suite, that are going to be able to cash in on those stock options and earn the capital gain. The average person is not going to do that. Average person doesn't have access to that kind of wealth, that kind of an appreciation. You have a little bit of stock in your 401k or in a pension that will help you in your retirement. But we're talking about people that are making a lot of coin every year because of globalization. And because these businesses are so powerful with their lobbying group and with their advertising dollars, they can control the media. And the media now scares you to think that Trump's policies are bad because he's changing the global world order. He's changing globalization. That's bad for you. You're going to have higher prices. Guess what? This is what's going to happen in the United States. Trust me on this. I was right 4 weeks ago, and I'm going to be right in a few weeks from now. We're going to have an all-time high on the SP 500. There's going to be more manufacturing coming back to the United States, and economic clustering over time is going to increase. That's going to be beneficial for our society. Some goods are going to be a little more expensive. Not much more, but a little bit more. And you're going to have people that are coming out of high school and out of college with good paying jobs, and family creation will start. And they're going to be able to buy a starter home. And because of that economic activity, there are going to be home builders that are going to be building more homes, and it's going to bring down the average cost of these homes. All right? The society is going to be better off in the long run. So don't be scared that there's going to be like this hyperinflation and the dollar is going to crash and no one's going to buy our treasuries and all this. All these economists are fucking wrong. They were fucking wrong 4 weeks ago and they're fucking wrong now. Don't bet against America. She will always surprise you. Always. It's that simple. You don't need fancy econometric models. You don't need 16,000 different analytical charts that gives you analysis paralysis. It's really simple. Focus on your own economy. Be a producer. Don't be a consumer and get off the bread and circus.
Coherent trade policy, not having a coherent approach to how he wants to deal with nations like China. And so then we're kind of all running around like chickens with our heads cut off.
Well, we have more to discuss.
No,
with
she's
the
wrong.
Cutter
She's wrong.
deal.
Is he a chaotic figure? Yes. Was he born under the stars of chaos? Yes. But the thing is, when you're doing a demolition, it looks kind of chaotic. You think everything's bad. But when you actually start to see the phoenix rising from the dust, you start to realize, wow, this is really cool. All right? And once it's finished, then you start to enjoy it. All right? You ever lived in kind of in an environment where there was like a rebuilding? You know, you'd see it a lot in New York, but yeah, it can be chaotic. But the thing is that when you have a system that's not helping people in the middle class, you need to inject chaos to break the momentum and then reestablish a new equilibrium. That's what Trump's all about. But these pseudo-intellectuals want to try to say, oh, this is all chaotic. Well, yeah, because there's a new zeitgeist. Of course there's going to be chaos when you're doing a regime switch.
And also the new Trump policy with respect to Syria. Coming up, a Trump tower in Syria. Sanctions might be lifted. Some say Trump is playing with fire, and we'll discuss. Stay tuned.
The only thing that I wish that Trump would do so far is to be more forceful with Iran and not to be a chicken shit and knock out that nuclear capability, because a nuclearized Iran is going to totally change the dynamics of the Middle East. And Saudi Arabia is not going to spend money on building these futuristic cities. They're going to spend their money on nuclear weapons. And you're going to have nuclear proliferation in that region, and then some big accident's going to happen. You don't want that. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades, all right? I'm in my 50s. I don't look like I'm in my 50s. And most people that are, can't do what I can do, all right, in terms of fitness, all right? So trust me. Just trust me on this. Follow my protocol, and you're going to start slowing down the aging process. Resveratrol soaks up free radicals. It's going to help with the health of the mitochondria. You're going to boost up your energy levels. You're reducing stress in the cell. It's going to help with youthful gene expression and get rid of cells that are in senescence. Cells that are in senescence collect garbage. That's really bad for you, especially if it's, piling up with lipofuscin. You want to get rid of those cells. Resveratrol does it. So take resveratrol every day. It stacks really well with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol, and clarity factor. Multivitamin, really important as a foundation to build a health protocol. This multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the multivitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity. That means that your enzymes are going to perform at its highest level in your cell, and your cellular metabolism is going to be performing the way it should be, and your tissues will be working correctly, all right? By taking a multivitamin and stacking on top of it, you're going to be slowing down the aging process, improving your immune system and your endocrine system. So take this multivitamin every day. And vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins that helps with the mitochondrial health. So it's going to boost up your energy levels. The other B vitamins helps the cellular metabolism, and B12 will help to protect your neurons. Like I said, if you're 40 years of age or older, you need to start protecting your neurons. Trust me, All right. When you get older and you start, looking at people that are in their geriatric years, 70 years old, you see declines, neurological declines, physical declines, big problem. You can mitigate that. Take vitamin B complex, take it every day. Very important. Now, a great stack would be taking the B vitamins to help with the cellular metabolism, your mitochondrial health, and protect your neurons. Take the multivitamins so you have the proper enzymatic activity. And the resveratrol to have the youthful gene expression. Stack them together. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. It's all caps, discount 5, get $5 off. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Slow down that aging process and boost up that immune system. All right, let's listen to Fox News here for a second.
The real ones know. Stepping into one circle means becoming part of another. Sometimes leaving early.
All right, Sandra, for more on this, let's bring in New York Congressman Mike Waller. I just want to run a little bit more of the video of what happened on Friday and then get your take. Let's watch for a second. All right, so the members of Congress who were there, looks like a lot of pushing and shoving going on with ICE agents and other federal officials. They said that they were there for oversight. Congressman, in your experience, does that look like oversight? Does it look like interference, or does it look like grandstanding?
It looks like interference and grandstanding, frankly. I mean, look, obviously Congress has a responsibility of oversight, and certainly I think there are legitimate questions for any member of Congress to ask of officials at ICE and any detention facility. Last year, I went down to the border and toured a facility that was processing illegal immigrants coming into the United States down in Eagle Pass. We all have the ability to do that, but none of us, especially as members of Congress, should be engaged in any type of physical altercation with law enforcement officials. And in the video, you certainly saw at points members of Congress engaged in a physical altercation with law enforcement officials. And that is just unacceptable, no matter what the situation is. If the mayor was being arrested at that moment, you don't interfere with that. You allow the process to play itself out as we would expect every American citizen or anyone here in this country to abide by law enforcement order.
Yeah, so you wonder who's inside. We've got this graphic of 5 of the people who are inside. One is a suspected MS-13 gang member. 2 actually are. One's a suspected Dominican gang member. One's wanted in Brazil for murder, and one's wanted for the rape of a minor in Peru. And this, the whole idea of who Democrats are supporting was a topic when you were on Real Time with Bill Maher. And he wasn't talking about this in particular. He was talking about Hamas, the anti-Israel protests. Let me just play a little bit about what he said in terms of the Democrats seeming to be going down the wrong road here. Listen to this.
Here is the dilemma for Democrats. Their young people, their key constituency, not only don't like their own civilization, they like the wrong one. They actually think Hamas is a liberation movement. They chant for the Houthis. They're chanting, "We will honor our martyrs" at Yale. They're looking for love in all the wrong countries. At an AOC Bernie Sanders rally in Idaho last month, someone threw a Palestinian flag over an American flag, and the crowd erupted in approval. What should have happened after that is one of the adults on stage should have told their young, loyal followers, this is not a symbol of freedom. This is.
I mean, Bill Maher is a Democrat. You were there with him, but he does seem to be the voice of reason in that party these days.
No question, and he was 100% correct when he said it on air the other day, and I couldn't agree with him more. The fact is, you don't see them marching in the streets or storming buildings
in support of Laken Riley, who was murdered by an illegal immigrant, or for Edan Alexander, who is now rescued from captivity. You see them supporting the actions of terrorists. And it really is disturbing on so many levels. The fact is they are fighting for the rights of individuals who have committed heinous, violent acts against American citizens. And, you know, this has been a challenge we've seen across the country in which, frankly, the rights of criminals have been put ahead of the rights of victims. And that's a problem. And that's something that we have seen throughout.
Alyssa Slotkin, Democrat from Michigan, said recently that she believes that liberals are weak and woke. Bill Maher picked up on that theme. Listen to what else he said.
If the thought leaders in the Democratic Party keep encouraging and not rebuking the idea that America is cringe and the people who run Gaza are great, the Democrats are doomed. Alyssa Slotkin's right. Liberals are weak and woke, especially the white ones, and they indulge all sorts of nonsense from their kids. So talk to your children and remind them you don't really want to live like your heroes in Hamas. All the you do all day, it was all made in America. Your smartphone, your Grubhub, your freedom to bitch about America, it's all American stuff. You tell your phone you want a milkshake and a guy brings it to your house. Please, you couldn't survive a week living in Intifadaville.
So the suggestion from him there is, very colorfully, is that the Democrats are just completely out of touch with the goodness of America and the way that people want to live in this country and the ideals that this country stands for.
That's a big reason why they lost last November and why Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. Look, there's challenges, there's issues to deal with, but America is a beacon of hope, of freedom, of opportunity, and yet they are embracing some of the worst actors on the stage, whether it be Hamas or China or other countries around the globe that certainly do not provide for freedom of expression or speech in their countries. So Bill Maher, once again, hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, that was quite an episode. It looked like you enjoyed it.
I did. I had a lot of fun.
Congressman, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Some sort of deal soon. They're still on track to pass this legislation by the Memorial Day holiday. As you're about to hear, he told reporters that they're making some good progress.
We're still on target to hit that Memorial Day deadline, which people balked at when we first said it. The American people are counting on us to get this done and get it done quickly, and we are on target to do it. We're working around the clock to build that consensus to get the 218 votes and deliver on President Trump's America First agenda.
Now, he mentioned the threshold that they have to reach there. That's important because these lawmakers from high-tax states like New York, New Jersey, and California are really digging in because they do have leverage since the majorities in the House are so slim. Now, the current proposal on the table would raise the SALT cap from $10,000 to $30,000 with income limits. These lawmakers say that's not good enough in order to ease the tax burden on their constituents. And there might be a way out of this. In fact, we know that the current House tax bill is pricing in at about $3.8 trillion, but lawmakers were given about $4 trillion to work with, so perhaps there's some wiggle room there for a deal. Joe and Kelly, we're also watching some other compromises on this front, including whether or not they would double the cap for married couples. That's something that's been floated on the table, as well as what expiration dates would look like. So perhaps they'll lift the SALT cap, but then it just might not stay on as long.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live in Capitol Hill for us. Thank you so much. And we go from the Hill now to the Middle East. We find Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, Bloomberg chief political correspondent, of course, live in Doha for us, where President Trump is getting ready to participate in a Qatari state dinner. Anne-Marie, this, of course, is stop number 2 on the president's trip to the Middle East, which in large part is about attracting investment. The White House is talking about potentially upwards of $1.2 trillion in economic exchange between the U.S. and Qatar. But what tangible do we really know about?
Well, there's more than 200 billion of what's actually more tangible deals that were done. Maybe that 1.2 trillion, Kate, we can call concepts of a plan or aspirational. When it comes to the 200 billion, look at the sectors that this administration is focused on. There's really a theme here throughout the entire trip, whether it's Riyadh, Doha, or Abu Dhabi. Obviously, you have the biggest military installation for the U.S. government in Doha, so no surprise that there is also a big deal when it comes to defense, counter drones, or Raytheon. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Boeing, the shares that skyrocketed, although Bloomberg a week ago was reporting about this, saying 100 wide-body jets Qatari Airways was looking to purchase from Boeing. They actually upped that to 160 today when the president of the Emirates came out and talked about it. And then other things like quantum computing. AI technology is huge for this region right now. We are talking about traditional economies in this region when it comes to energy, oil, gas, that they want to move beyond and look to how they can transform their economies. For a place like Qatar, gas, LNG is huge. They're looking at potentially other ways to diversify and make a more dynamic economy. And that same theme will carry on tomorrow when the president goes to Abu Dhabi. NVIDIA, AMD, they are potentially will be the big winners when it comes to the fact that the Emiratis say they are ready to invest $1.4 trillion, but they need access to those advanced chips.
Indeed, big week. These are big headlines you're talking about. And Maureen, it's great to have you with us here, whether it's NVIDIA or Boeing. Hearing less talk about Turkey and Ukraine. What will those headlines be later this week?
Well, the president once again today left the door open on potentially going to Istanbul. Of course, he is in the region. He's in the neighborhood. There's a potential he could peel off and add this. He did say, I have a full schedule tomorrow when he goes to Abu Dhabi. But the fact of the matter is, I think the president, if you really read between the lines, if President Putin decides to go to Istanbul, President Donald Trump will go to Istanbul. He recently just met face-to-face, that really remarkable photo in the Vatican, sitting face-to-face with Volodymyr Zelensky. He has not done that just yet with Vladimir Putin. I think if there's an opportunity to, and he's a quick flight away, he will take that opportunity. As of now, though, no plans yet.
It would be a big deal. With us live from Qatar, Anne-Marie Horder. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. As we follow the president's travels throughout the Middle East, we have the voice of Natasha Hall, Senior Fellow at the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Natasha, it's great to have you with us. I wonder your thoughts just broadly on the optics behind this trip so far. It's been a story of investment, dollar signs, a different type of diplomacy that Americans
I think Trump's doing a good job.
Administration, right down to having actual high-tech executives yesterday, whether it was Sam Altman or Jensen Huang meeting the Crown Prince alongside Donald Trump in Saudi Arabia. How would you describe this journey, and what will it bring the White House?
Yeah, it's been an earth-shattering, I think, few visits already. I think what we can say is that this is an America First strategy. I mean, a lot of the deals that are being made also portend a future where the U.S. has a bigger role in terms of military technology, in terms of AI, than potentially China, for example. And then, yesterday with the announcement of the cessation of sanctions on Syria, the talks ongoing about hopefully a ceasefire in Gaza. We don't know what will happen there. But, I mean, this is really, I think, an America First rather than a Netanyahu First policy strategy. And that's what we've seen so far.
Well, and when we consider these American First policies, the attempt to attract more investment from these countries into the United States, America also has to give a little here as well. Anne-Marie was just talking about movement on ships, for example, for the UAE. To what extent is this for the countries that are hosting the president also a chance for them to extract concessions or things they want from him?
Well, that's exactly what we've been seeing. We know that Saudi Arabia, for example, has wanted some kind of defense pact with the United States, has wanted help with a civilian nuclear program as well. But previous administrations have been tying that to the Abraham Accords. So Saudi Arabia essentially normalizing with Israel. And we're seeing that that's not necessarily on the table, or doesn't have to be on the table anymore. And so this is very much a symbiotic relationship, that there is going to be hundreds of billions of dollars in investment from the Gulf. And in return, I think the Gulf gets some foreign policy wins. And we saw that with the sanctions announcement yesterday. And hopefully we see some more movement on the Gaza front today or tomorrow.
So what is Benjamin Netanyahu thinking right now after witnessing this meeting between President Trump and Syria's new leader, knowing that President Trump is not making a visit to Israel? What does this mean for their relationship?
I mean, this is truly astounding, Joe. If you think about just a few months ago, this was a man, Ahmed al-Shara, with a $10 million bounty on his head as a former al-Qaeda affiliate. And, you know, we didn't know what the optics would look like with this meeting, but they were very conciliatory, shaking hands, smiling. President Trump has said he's a great guy, strong past, things that I couldn't have possibly imagined just a few months ago. The other thing to consider is that President Trump continues to say that he is consulting with Erdogan, which I'm sure raises some alarm bells for Israel, which sees Turkey as an increasing threat with the fall of Assad, its neighbor to the north. So I'm sure there's a lot of concerns coming from the Netanyahu administration, but I still think that this is probably for the best for Israel over the long term. I think less war, less tensions in the region, it represents a more peaceful future for the country and for Israelis as well.
I do want to note for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio and those joining us on YouTube as well, that we are seeing President Trump's motorcade rolling up to Lusail Palace in Doha for the Qatari state dinner. Of course, once again, for the second day in a row, seeing a lot of pomp and circumstance that comes with this trip for the president. We have our eyes on the beast, which has made the trip to the Middle East as President Trump is getting ready to emerge and participate in this state dinner, having already announced, as we were just discussing, hundreds of billions of dollars at least in economic deals between Qatar and the United States.
That's for sure, Kaylee, as we have this live view of the president, I guess, about to emerge from the beast, as you mentioned. He's on his way to a state dinner that will conclude this day of travel in Qatar. And Natasha, I wonder what you expect to come from this dinner, if this is more deal-making or a chance for the president to put the negotiating down for a moment.
I mean, I think this might be putting the negotiating down for a moment, but perhaps longer indirect talks. We know that Sheikh Tamim, the Emir of Qatar, was supposed to have a 30-minute meeting with President Trump. It went on for 2 hours. We don't know why. We do know that the Israeli negotiators have been somewhat intransigent on Witkoff's plan for Gaza and hostage releases. So there could be some tensions there that need to be worked out. So it remains to be seen if President Trump is going to apply pressure to Israel or others to move something forward. But certainly I think this pomp and circumstance does help, I think, to grease the wheels of those negotiations for sure.
And President Trump has just emerged from his vehicle heading into that state dinner with Qatar. We also heard from the president yesterday, Natasha, of course, speaking at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum in Riyadh, about how he wants to be a peacemaker as president, talking about, obviously, ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, mentioning the Houthis as well, but what he'd like to see with Iran, but also an expansion of the Abraham Accords, making it very clear his desire for Saudi Arabia to join in. And I wonder if you think this trip has realistically brought him closer to that objective.
You know, I think it has, in a sense, even for Syria, which we couldn't have expected before. I think that there's an acknowledgement, though, that the way that things are, it would be very, very challenging for Saudi Arabia or Syria to sign the Abraham Accords, that things need to get straightened out. There needs to be a broader peace before that happens. But of course, he did mention that several times during his speech. But I think what he really was trying to emphasize was that this needs to be a region for the region, and really showing that the Gulf players can be shapers of the region themselves, and not just the United States and not just Israel. And so I think that that is a really pronounced rebalancing in the region that we don't know what to expect entirely. But I mean, I think this is a considerable shift.
You think Donald Trump gets to Turkey this week?
I mean, one can hope, I think, for peace for Ukraine as well. But we do know that Secretary of State Rubio will meet with Shebani, the foreign minister of Syria. And so this just, I think, shows greater engagement diplomatically, so not just on the financial side, but militarily. and diplomatically as well. And I think that's what Sheikh Tamim of Qatar was really trying to emphasize with his meeting, that he sees Trump essentially as a man of peace, and really trying to play up those optics as much as possible. But I think both sides, whether it's a Gulf state or Turkey, is really trying to play up their hand in terms of being negotiators, being shapers. And I think Trump is giving them those wins. Like I said, I think on every occasion that he has been asked, he has said that he really looks to President Erdogan of Turkey for consultation. So that is a significant move in and of itself.
All right, Natasha Hall, Senior Fellow.
Maybe we can have peace in the Middle East, but we got to make sure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon, because it's gonna change the whole dynamic. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, brings down inflammation, that helps with your cardiovascular health and your immune system, and soaks up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. By soaking up free radicals, you're reducing stress at the cellular level and at the tissue level. That's really important if you want to slow down the aging process. This is a high-density protein. You get a big scooper, take a full scoop or a half a scoop each day, mix it with soft foods, with filtered water, milk, or a smoothie, but take it once a day, every day. Take the heirloom barley. You can also get the gladiator barley. Take either or, the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. Now, the gladiator barley is different than the heirloom barley in the sense that it'll help you to build muscle. You get all the benefits of the heirloom barley by the detoxification, bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. You get all that in the gladiator barley, but you also get that benefit of strength. It helps to build muscle. All right? Same thing, you get a big scooper. In this container, it's a month's supply. Take it once a day, or half a scoop once a day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, smoothie, but take it every day and do resistance training. Very important. And I also have the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. You can see the label on the screen here, but you can go on my store and read the label more closely. But this has the ingredients that you need to target multiple systems for improving your health. It targets your heart, helps with your heart health, helps with your vascular system, helps with your brain function, revs up your metabolism, you'll have more energy, and it'll help to build strength. So take this every day, take it once a day, either for breakfast or for lunch. You get one big scoop of this per day, it's a powder. Mix it with soft foods, that's how I take it. Or you can take it with just filtered water, milk, or a smoothie. But this is how you're gonna lose weight and help to build strength, help with your cardiovascular health and your brain function. What you're gonna notice is that you're gonna have energy levels that are throughout the whole day. You're not gonna spike with energy. It's gonna maintain a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day. You're gonna have more vitality. You're not gonna have the brain fog. You're gonna be able to concentrate better. You're gonna be able to sleep better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the Boomer Boost, help control your A1C levels, and really boost up that metabolism. You're gonna lose weight. And you can stack it, the Boomer Boost, with the Gladiator Barley or the Heirloom Barley, and that will give you added benefit of bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, detoxifying your body, and building up strength. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost, get the barley, either Gladiator or Heirloom, and take charge of your health. This is a great way to lose weight, to get healthy, to have a steady burn of energy, and to control A1C levels. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera. They probably have the best coverage.
About.
Kimberly, stay with me for a moment. I just want to bring the viewers up to date. We're seeing pictures from the Sail Palace, which is just to the north of Doha. This is day 2 of US President Donald Trump's trip to the Gulf region. He's already been to Saudi Arabia. He's now in Qatar. He will then be going on to the United Arab Emirates. The Sail Palace, where he is, covers 8 square kilometers. It's got 5 distinct buildings. And at the heart of the complex, there is the formal majlis, as it's known. It's a grand space for official gatherings. I think we might be seeing pictures of that here. The perimeter has a daily majlis, a mosque, a VIP guest palace, and a residential palace. Each one is located about 2 kilometers apart. And Kimberly, the scale of this kind of building is something that obviously Donald Trump might appreciate, given the fact that he is in the construction business, but it's not going to get in the way, or it won't dwarf the nature of the discussions that they're going to have and the impact of the fact that this is the first US sitting president, I think, in 20 years to visit Qatar.
Yes, and the elevated air base kind of comes into this because earlier the Emir was referencing this is the first official visit by a U.S. president, but we did have George W. Bush visiting back in 2003, but I believe it was to visit through the air base, and so it's a very different kind of visit. We should also point out that when we're talking about the air base, that Donald Trump previewed when talking to the Emir today that he would be visiting the air base on Thursday, just before he heads out to go and to the final leg of his 3-nation tour to the United Arab Emirates. That's how important this is. You have to remember that as the U.S. president, Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief that leads the U.S. military. And so he wouldn't come to Qatar without meeting the troops. That's what he's going to do. In fact, he's going to be leaving from there, I believe, for his aircraft. I would have to double check that, even though he flew to the Hamid International Airport. But the bottom line is he is going to be meeting with those troops because it has such strategic importance for U.S. relations in the Middle East and for Central Command. And so that is a natural stop. But again, this is the first official visit by a U.S. president. That's what makes this historic. And that's why he is in there right now meeting with the Emir. And you're right. Just for Donald Trump, with his background as a real estate developer, to be at a marvelous palace like the one at Lusail is a developer's dream, because of its spectacular architecture. But just to even be in the Middle East is a developer's dream, because there is such vast space to be developed. It's almost like Las Vegas in the 1940s. There is so much potential. And as you drive into, whether it be Doha or Riyadh or where Donald Trump will be going next in the UAE, you see cranes dotting the skyline. You can only imagine for someone like Donald Trump, this is what gets his juices flowing and translates into the conversations he's having inside with the Emir right now.
Yeah, for aviation enthusiasts interested, the president flew into what's known as the Emiri terminal at Hamad International Airport, which is a terminal which is set to one side of the main terminal buildings, which is predominantly for, or mainly for the Emiri flight. I understand that you're correct. He will be flying out of Al Udeid base tomorrow. On the sidelines of everything that we've been talking about, and they've covered so many different things. We talk about the defense deals. We talk about economic links as well. One of those economic links, interesting, there was apparently a meeting between Qatar's central bank governor, Sheikh Bandar bin Mohammed bin Saud Al Thani, who had met Elon Musk, the billionaire, in Doha on Wednesday. Ostensibly, it says, to discuss developments in global finance and investment, which again, maybe Kimberly gives us an indication of the breadth of subjects that this delegation from the Trump administration are going to be dealing with.
There's no question that this is a really big focal point of this visit. And we saw this on the first leg of this 4-day tour. The fact that there was a major announcement by the Uber CEO that there would be autonomous vehicles in Saudi Arabia by 2025. Elon Musk was there speaking with the Crown Prince and the U.S. President. The thing about Donald Trump is that if you want to know what's going on in his orbit, it's all about proximity to the principals. The people that are orbiting around him are usually the ones that are getting his attention and his business.
Kimberly, I want to ask you.
It sounds like I'm getting a little bit of translation in my ear, Rob. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Kimberly, I apologize for interrupting you. We'll try and sort out the audio for you. Can I just quickly ask you how you think that this is playing out in terms of the U.S.? Donald Trump had made a big thing of being, of course, America first, America focused, and yet here we are seeing him making a very significant 3-day tour to the Middle East. How do you think this is, what the reaction is going to be in the U.S.?
Certainly, there's been some criticism, especially prior to this trip, that Donald Trump was doing this for personal gain, that he had business interests in the Middle East prior to becoming U.S. president, and that when he leaves office, that he will in some way benefit from these relationships. But the White House has deflected all of these criticisms, saying, look, these relationships were in place before Donald Trump became president. Of course, they'll be in place after he leaves office. But the deals he makes while he's in office are for the American people. And so as a result, the White House has been fairly successful in deflecting these arguments that are being lobbed against him by his opposition Democrats. What they're saying, for the most part, is that these, particularly when it comes to the Boeing airplanes, that these deals are going to generate an enormous amount of wealth that Donald Trump will benefit from. But the bottom line is that the purchases of these planes are definitely going to be used for Qatar Airways. The General Electric engines are definitely going to be used by Qatar Airways, and there's no question that the business that will be generated will be of benefit to not only the Qataris, but also the United States people as well. So there have been criticisms, but there have also been those that have calculated the numbers, and the spin-off numbers speak for themselves.
Kimberly, for now, thank you very much indeed. That's Kimberly Hoggett, our White House correspondent, who is outside the building that Donald Trump is currently in, the Sail Palace just to the north of Doha here in Qatar, where he is. We're just moments away from them going into a reception dinner, which Kimberly was describing to us, where other deals are going to be done over and above the deals that have been done earlier in the day during this day two visit to Qatar of his 3-day trip, 4-day trip, in fact. To the Middle East. I want to bring in Mohammed Al-Masri, Professor of Media Studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. As we're seeing those pictures there and the lineup there to greet President Donald Trump, Qatar for many years has worked. It has had and maintained a low profile internationally, despite its enormous wealth. It predominantly has dealt with matters inside its own borders, and yet we have seen an expansion of its influence, obviously in terms of Israel-Gaza, but also in terms of other conflicts around the world, humanitarian crises that we've been seeing. Given what we've seen now, how much does this essentially, for want of a better phrase, raise the profile of Qatar internationally?
I think quite a bit, but I would say that Cottrell has actually been pretty hard at work in expanding its soft power for many, many years. And I was mentioning earlier, so for viewers that don't know, Cottrell invests a lot in education, including in American universities that have campuses here in Doha, in a section of the city that is called Education City, right? Obviously, Al Jazeera has been a major source of soft power for Qatar. Qatar has also hosted major sporting events like the 2022 World Cup. So you see, Qatar has kind of been punching above its weight. This is a country that is only about 3 million people living here, right? It's quite a small country, yet you see that it has such influence that it essentially compels the president of the only superpower in the world to stop here on a major visit. So I think that just underscores Qatar's growing influence, right? To your point, and on that point of mediation, you're right. I mean, Doha has become kind of a central mediation site for numerous conflicts and international disputes, not just Gaza, but also the Taliban and U.S. deal that was reached just a few years ago, and others in Africa and elsewhere. So I think this is all part of Qatari policy. This is part of their diplomatic program, and I think they also want to increase their sphere of influence inside the United States, as does Saudi Arabia. And as I was mentioning earlier, that's one of the things to keep a close eye on here, is to what extent will the Qataris and the Saudis and the Emiratis be able to kind of wield some, or I should say, take some of that influence away from Israel and other groups inside the United States. That's something that we should keep a close eye on.
We're of course in the middle of the U.S.-Iran negotiations at the moment of Iran's nuclear program. We heard Steve Witkoff, the special envoy to the Middle East, saying earlier to our diplomatic editor James Bates that he was optimistic that those talks were going to become fruitful. Now, Qatar again has an interesting position, doesn't it, with regard to Iran? It shares one of the largest gas fields in the world. There are links between Qatar and Iran, which Qatar has made no secret of the fact that it is determined to retain, despite whatever pressures Iran might be facing. And again, perhaps, is that an indication of the nature of the kind of negotiation that Qatar has been able to carry out over the last few years?
I think so, absolutely. But I also think that it underscores kind of the complexities at play here, right? This is a very difficult balancing act for Qatar, because they do have sort of good relation. They pride themselves on kind of having good relations with a diverse array of actors, and that sometimes can create some awkward complexities. So the Qataris do have a good relationship with Iran, right? That has sometimes rubbed other actors, including the United States, the wrong way. Obviously, Qatar has been a major supporter of the Palestinian cause, the Palestinian move for independence, advocating for a Palestinian state. That has at times created a kind of awkwardness, and there have been allegations leveled against Qatar. So there's a very difficult kind of balancing act at play. And as I said earlier, it's just an amazing, just looking at the pictures on the screen here, it's an amazing about people looked up, what Donald Trump was saying about Qatar just 8 years ago at the start of that blockade. If you would have told me at that time that he would be on a visit to Doha only 8 years later, I would have said you're crazy, but here we are.
I just want to bring viewers up to date. What we're looking at are pictures from inside Lusail Palace. It's a private palaces complex which serves the Qatari royal family, and Donald Trump and the Emir of Qatar are greeting guests as they arrive, just ahead of going in for a reception dinner, which is going to be held in an adjoining room. This, I believe, may be the formal majlis, which I think sits in the center of the complex. The complex itself is 8 square kilometers in size, and it has several different buildings, each of which are about 2 kilometers apart, including a VIP guest palace and a residential palace. And I understand actually that is the American ambassador to Qatar, who is currently talking to Donald Trump there. I want to talk to you about the broader influence of this. We've talked about the visit to Saudi Arabia. He's going to Qatar as well. We're going to go to, or he is going to go to United Arab Emirates next. Let's just speculate a little bit. What kind of reception, what kind of deals do you think that we could expect from his visit to the UAE?
I think it's going to be more of the same. I mean, this is very much a business and economic centric trip, right? I mean, sometimes we see that diplomacy can lead to, economic.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. This has no fluoride in it. It has the structural nanosilver. It's going to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum health, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of vascular disease and valvular disease. Really important, super important, especially when you get older. This is the best toothpaste that you can purchase, all right? There's nothing out there that's better than this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nano silver toothpaste, get a few tubes for your household, help support my work, and help support your health. A great stack to help to build bone density and to help your cardiovascular health is vitamin D3 and vitamin K2. The K2 is the MK7 molecule. Now, vitamin D3 works even better when you take magnesium in your diet or supplementation. You can get that from my store through the vitamin C, magnesium and zinc, or the Boomer Boost. Take vitamin D3 and K2. What that's going to do is for bone density, do resistance training, take in calcium, so you're absorbing the calcium, you're doing the resistance training, and you're creating a microenvironment to tell your body to deposit new bone matrix. And that new bone that it's depositing over time will eventually create more bone density, a higher bone density. Very important, especially when you start to get older, for males and females. So do the resistance training, take in the calcium. I drink milk, but other people just take calcium supplements. Take the D3 and the K2 and do the resistance training. Also, D3 and K2 will help with your cardiovascular health. And what that does is it's reducing the chances of depositing calcium around plaque. So take the D3 and the K2 together, and it's a dual purpose: cardiovascular health and bone density. And clarity factor. Clarity factor will get rid of that brain fog, help support your memory. You're going to be able to concentrate on tasks at work or in school, or even if you're retired. It'll help you to concentrate on tasks. You'll be able to think clearly. You're going to have better memory. And over time, when you do this, you're going to have more neurons firing, and you're going to have that better neuroplasticity. Your dendritic connections will improve. You're going to have that positive neuroplasticity. You're going to think faster. You're going to sleep better. You're going to have less brain fog. You're going to have better memory. And when you couple that with proper diet, proper exercise, with the proper supplementation, you're going to improve your brain health. So please take the clarity factor every day. Please take my advice. Take the clarity factor every day. Very important. Stacks really well with the NAD plus and the ubiquinol and C60. When you turn age 40, you start to lose muscle mass. All right, so if you're age 40 or older, you need to take Myotrol. Myotrol will help to express the genes that you need to build muscle and to maintain muscle. Do resistance training. This stacks really well with the gladiator barley, so you can build muscle. By taking the Myotrol, you're going to be able to build that muscle and maintain it, help with your mitochondrial health, because you need lots of ATP to maintain muscle, and you're slowing down the aging process. If you notice, one of the features with people that get older, they start to lose muscle mass. They start to gain fat and lose muscle. They start to lose energy. And you want to reverse that process? Take the Myotrol. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with that gene expression. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos to get to my website and purchase the great supplements that I offer. So a great stack to help with your brain function and for your muscles and to slow down that aging process is to stack the clarity factor and the Myotrol together. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Or S&P down 2 points, down just under 0.1%. eToro up by 27.8%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, there are probably a lot of tired lawmakers, at least in the House of Representatives, on Capitol Hill today, because many of them had to quite literally pull all-nighters last night, including in the House Ways and Means Committee, as it marked up its draft tax bill. That would do a number of things, including, of course, extend the 2017 tax cuts, eliminate taxes on tipped income and overtime until 2028, other elements of President Trump's campaign promises as well. And it finally got through the committee along party lines, no surprise, this morning. But it did so without one issue, perhaps the issue, being resolved. And that is, where exactly do you cap the state and local tax deduction to keep everybody happy? The people you need to keep happiest are the people who represent blue states in districts that are swingy, that make or break the House majority. And a lot of those so-called South Caucus members are still looking for an answer from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Sounds like you've been to New York. So 16 hours in committee was not enough to hash any of this out. They had an all-nighter. I mean, they were bringing in takeout and wine at 4:57 a.m. Blake Moore is asleep there on the Ways and Means Committee. So there are questions exactly about how long it's going to take to get this done, Kaylee. And for a reality check, we introduced Bill Hoagland. Always great to have Bill with us, Senior Vice President of the Bipartisan Policy Center. Bill, not only do you give us a reality check, but you help us lower the blood pressure for a moment. So I'm wondering if you can distill this moment as one of progress or maybe one of concern for you, because Speaker of the House seems emboldened. He says very productive, and we might well get this done in time for Memorial Day.
Well, I do think that a lot of progress has been made in terms of the committees that were instructed to come up with the savings, and almost every one of them has met what was instructed of them. The House Budget Committee will meet Friday morning and bundle all these bills up into one package and report it out. So it is a good possibility that it will all be on the floor and could be done by Memorial Day recess a week from this coming Friday. So yes, I think there is good progress in that regard. The elements of the package, however, may create some real issues for the Speaker, particularly given today that we're hearing so much from members, some of the more conservative members of the United States Senate that has to take up this bill, who are suggesting that they don't like what's in there. And that will make it more difficult for the Speaker on the floor to get the votes, it seems, from those moderate Republicans, besides the point that Kay's made about it. But it's still, I don't think it fully resolved the issue as it relates to the SALT.
Well, and when we consider the moderate Republicans who are nervous at the very least about the cuts to Medicaid, the SALT caucus, which we're talking about, then the hardline conservatives, not just in the Senate, but in the House, who do not think these spending cuts go far enough, knowing how narrow the majority is, Bill, is there enough room to maneuver if you're Speaker Johnson?
It is very tight. Of course, we cannot never rule out the pressure that the President of the United States will have once he gets back from overseas. He will put a lot of pressure on. I do think that it's going to be very nit and cut down to the end to get the votes, and there will have to be some hard arm swinging, I guess, bending, if nothing else, to get it through the House of Representatives. But even if it gets through the House of Representatives, I think your listeners have to understand that we still have the United States Senate. And the United States Senate will produce its own bill. And it will be different. It clearly will be different than the House. And then they'll have a conference between the House and Senate. And that's, then they'll come back and you have to vote again. Right?
So if the President will revolt on his hands now, he will then.
He will then if it comes back from the Senate much different than the House.
So what's the Freedom Caucus going to say when it comes up?
I think they're going to have some real difficulties with this. This is going to be tough. It was always going to be tough, but when the margins are this small, it makes it even tougher. And then you just still do have a real issue about whether or not this does. As an old budgeteer myself, I do believe that deficits matter. So we're looking at tax cuts, maybe at $4 trillion, but we're only looking at, quote, only, we're looking at $1.5 trillion in spending cuts. You're adding to the deficit. You're not reducing the deficit. And that's where the hardliners will come from, the Chippewas of the world, and say, wait a minute, this doesn't go enough in reducing the debt and deficits going forward.
Well, and when we consider some of the things we're hearing out of the Senate, it's not just Senator Josh Hawley making noise about Medicaid. You have other senators as well who are concerned about the repeal of clean energy credits from the Inflation Reduction Act, which, with all the Medicaid and SALT talk, is not getting as much attention. But is that actually one of the things that could be the biggest thing?
I'm glad you raised that issue, because there are a number of those Republicans who maybe didn't vote for the IRA when it passed, but were behind the scenes saying, good.
Yeah, they're benefiting from it.
They're benefiting from it now, exactly. And so this is going to be tough for them to stomach at the cuts and the elimination, quite frankly, of almost all the IRA provisions dealing with clean energy programs that are in there, and grants that are in there too. And some of those grants are out there already in the community.
You mentioned some of the changes that senators could make. What kind of changes might the parliamentarian force when we get to that stage?
Well, that's a good
process. The bird bath could bring a few items out that Republicans in the House think they need.
Yeah, that's a good point, Joe. I like to remind people, being old Senate staff, that the so-called bird rule really only applies in the Senate. The House can pass it with simple majority, and they can put in things that when the parliamentarian looks at it in the Senate and will find that, wait a minute, these have no budgetary consequences. Deauthorizing programs, fine, but there's no budgetary consequence. So a lot of the things that they put in to the House provision for winning those votes to get the vote that we're eliminating the program, but if it has no budgetary consequence, they will come. That will be subject to the bird rule and will come out unless there's 60 votes to keep them in. So that will also change the real nature of the Senate bill when it comes back to the House.
Well, and so all of this raises the question of the timeline here. As House leadership is still sounding optimistic, we heard Steve Scalise say this will be on the president's desk by the 4th of July. How hard is that going to be to manage if you still have to get it through the Senate in whatever form, get it back to the House and get them to choke down whatever it is that changes the Senate?
I would say very, very difficult July 4th. Let's be honest. If they can get this out of the House next week, they go on the Memorial Day recess. The whole month of June will be devoted in the United States Senate to getting their bill done. So even if they got their bill done in June, then you need the whole month of July just to work out the difference between the House and Senate, if you can do that. So I think I would push Mr. Scalise's statement to the end of July at the earliest, but even then.
At the earliest.
At the earliest.
Okay. You spoke with Lisa McLean yesterday, Republican Congresswoman in leadership in the House, speaking to the standoff, if I can call it that, over SALT. I want you to hear what she said. I'm just compelled by the fact that this very narrow issue could potentially hang up this entire big, beautiful bill that we're talking about. Here's what she said.
There is some wiggle room. How much wiggle room, that's what we need to determine. But at the end of the day, I think both sides will come together to get this done for the American people. Because what we'll see if we don't get this tax bill done will be gravely worse than what we're experiencing now with the SALT cap for all Americans.
But Bill, if you're Mike Lawler sitting there in New York, you don't have wiggle room. And if you're a no, then this entire effort is going nowhere. What does Speaker Johnson need to do to put this to bed?
Well, I think he does have to negotiate a higher level than the 10,000 for the SALT. He has to move it up. I was surprised to hear that the SALT caucus, so to speak, rejected the 30,000.
Yeah.
That seems strange to me. But there has to be some place between 10,000 and somewhere up above 30,000 maybe that will get it over. I think the representative is absolutely clear, though. If you do not get this done, then the impact upon middle income, quite frankly, because of the marginal tax rates would go up, would be very devastating, both for Republicans and Democrats. That's why, and I'm sure I'm in the minority on this, that's why I think at some point, if they cannot get this reconciliation bill across the line, that there's still a possibility of simply extending the current tax law, so those tax rates still go up next year on individual Americans.
Well, so that.
All right, so we're going to wrap up the transmission today. We've been transmitting on Rumble for over 5 hours and 43 minutes. So thank you for watching on Rumble, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, on YouTube, and the simulcast on X Spaces. Again, to remind the audience, I do these shows for free to give you an insight of what's going on in the financial markets and internationally, and to give you my take on the news, and also where potential entry and exit points are in the financial markets. And if you've been paying attention to me about how to stack these supplements that are on my store, you're going to slow down the aging process. It's something that I do every day. I have a very extensive anti-aging protocol that not everybody can do. I know that. But the thing is that if you listen to me, you'll be able to stack it affordably to be able to help with your health and wellness. Thank you for watching. I greatly appreciate it. Please share the links. Ask your social media to follow me. And make sure that you subscribe to all my channels. All the links are in the description of this video and my other videos that I have published. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.